Hexes and Hiccups. A Fake Love Meets Real Magic Romantic Comedy. By Win Valentine. Chapter 16. Consciousness returned gradually, wrapped in warmth and the unfamiliar sensation of not waking up alone. Willow's eyes fluttered open to find Rowan's arm draped across her waist, his breathing steady against her shoulder. Morning sunlight streamed through her windows, but something was different. The light fractured into dozens of tiny rainbows as it hit the precision-cut crystals Rowan had placed on her windowsill the night before, casting dancing colors across her chaos-painted walls in patterns that seemed almost deliberately beautiful. Their magic had been busy while they slept. She shifted carefully, not wanting to wake him, and marveled at how right this felt. No anxiety about magical compatibility tests, no fear about losing her abilities, just the simple pleasure of watching rainbow light play across the familiar slopes of his shoulders. "I can feel you thinking," Rowan murmured without opening his eyes, his arm tightening slightly around her waist. "It's quite loud for this early in the morning." "Sorry. I was just admiring the light show." She traced one finger along his forearm, where a particularly vibrant streak of purple danced across his skin. "When did you put those crystals up?" "Last night while you were brushing your teeth. I thought they might complement your wall paintings, instead of competing with them." He finally opened his eyes, gray gaze soft with sleep and something deeper. "Did it work?" The crystals had transformed her chaotic swirls of color into something that felt complete rather than overwhelming. Structure and spontaneity working together instead of at odds. "It's perfect." Rowan's smile started small and grew wider as he took in the room around them. "Everything feels different now, doesn't it? Like the binding changed into something else entirely." Their golden cord pulsed gently between them, no longer the silver chain of magical necessity but something chosen and treasured. Willow could feel the warmth of their connection settling into her bones like the first sip of tea on a cold morning, comforting and energizing all at once. "Different good or different terrifying?" she asked, though his expression already gave her the answer. "Definitely good. Though I reserve the right to panic about logistics later." Rowan pressed a kiss to her temple and reluctantly sat up, running a hand through hair that somehow still looked perfectly styled despite sleeping. "Coffee? Please. But I should probably warn you that my coffee maker has been acting up lately. Yesterday it tried to brew tea instead, and last week it produced something that might have been soup." "Not a problem. I brought backup." Rowan gestured toward the kitchenette, where his pristine silver coffee maker sat beside her temperamental brass one, both machines glowing faintly with residual magic. "I thought they might get along better if we introduced them properly." 20 minutes later, they stood in her tiny kitchen watching in fascination as his precision coffee maker worked in perfect synchronization with her self-stirring spoons to produce what might have been the most perfect cup of coffee in the history of caffeinated beverages. The brewing process looked like a carefully choreographed dance, measured amounts of precisely ground beans swirling through water heated to the exact optimal temperature. "Your spoons are teaching my machine to be more intuitive," Rowan observed, cradling his mug with something approaching reverence. "And my machine is teaching your spoons consistency. Just like us." Willow took a sip and sighed with contentment. "We're going to spoil ourselves for all other coffee. Bold of you to assume we'll ever drink coffee anywhere else." Before Willow could respond to that delightfully presumptuous comment, Bubbles' voice echoed cheerfully from the bathroom. "Oh good, you're both finally awake. I was starting to worry you'd sleep the whole day away, though I suppose young love does require quite a bit of rest. The chemical changes alone must be exhausting." Rowan nearly choked on his coffee. "Does it always provide such detailed commentary?" "You'll get used to it. Bubble means well." Willow raised her voice toward the bathroom. "We're having a private moment, darling. Everything about this apartment is a shared experience now, sugar. Besides, I heard you two discussing work plans. Might I suggest the tea shop project? Nothing brings couples together like collaborative enchantment, and Mrs. Liu seemed absolutely smitten with your combined magical signature." Wait. Rowan set down his mug and turned to face her fully. Are you seriously considering taking on professional projects together? Why not? You said yourself that our magic works better when we're in sync. Willow felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. And Mrs. Liu did seem genuinely interested. It could be a chance to prove that chaos magic and precision magic can create something neither could manage alone. It could also be a complete disaster if we're not careful. Interior magical design requires sustained collaborative spellwork, perfect timing, and… Rowan paused, catching her expression. Though I suppose we've already proven we can manage those things. Plus, I need to start rebuilding my professional reputation sometime. Hiding in this apartment forever isn't exactly a long-term career strategy. Willow reached for his hand, letting their fingers intertwine naturally. What do you think? Ready to scandalize the magical interior design world with unconventional methods? Rowan's answering smile was soft and proud and just a little mischievous. I think Mrs. Liu is going to get the most beautifully functional tea shop in the district. When do we start? The walk to Celestial Leaf Tea Shop took twice as long as usual because they kept stopping to examine how their magical signatures looked together in different environments. Their golden binding cord remained faint but visible in daylight, pulsing gently with each shared glance or casual touch. Other magical practitioners they passed on the street gave them curious but approving looks. Apparently, successful magical bonding was rare enough to be noteworthy. I keep waiting for someone to recognize me, Willow confessed as they paused outside a magical bookshop whose window display rearranged itself to feature titles about partnership spells. To point and whisper about the Frost family disaster, who couldn't control her own magic. Then they'd have to contend with me. Rowan's tone was light, but something protective flickered in his gray eyes. Besides, anyone with functioning magical senses can see your power signature. What you can do is extraordinary, Willow. The people who matter will recognize that. Mrs. Liu's tea shop occupied the ground floor of a narrow building, squeezed between a mundane bakery and a magical apothecary. The painted sign above the door featured delicate gold lettering and a small charm that made the words shimmer like heat waves. Through the front window, they could see the current state of magical chaos Mrs. Liu had described. Floating teapots careening into each other while shelves rearranged themselves with no apparent organizational strategy. Right. Willow took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. Time to prove that controlled chaos is a real thing. The interior of the tea shop was cramped but charming, with mismatched tables and chairs that somehow worked together despite their differences. The walls were lined with jars of loose tea leaves, their handwritten labels declaring origins and properties in Mrs. Liu's careful script. The magical elements, however, were clearly at war with each other. Mrs. Liu emerged from behind the counter looking frazzled, her graying hair escaping from its normally neat bun. Oh, thank goodness you're here. The situation has gotten worse since yesterday. This morning my floating teapots tried to reorganize the herb jars, and my self-stocking shelves started brewing tea. I'm afraid to leave the shop unattended. That's actually not as bad as it sounds, Rowan said, pulling out a small notebook and beginning to sketch the room's layout. Your enchantments aren't broken, they're just trying to do each other's jobs because they lack proper foundational anchoring. Willow walked slowly around the space, letting her magical senses map the chaotic energy flows. It's like having a conversation where everyone's talking at once. The magic wants to work together, but it doesn't know how to listen. Exactly. If we establish clear magical channels and hierarchy, each enchantment can focus on its primary function while supporting the others. Rowan looked up from his notebook. Mrs. Liu, what specific atmosphere are you hoping to achieve? I want people to feel peaceful when they drink my tea. Like time slows down, and they can actually taste the complexity of the leaves instead of rushing through their day. Mrs. Liu's expression softened. My grandmother always said tea was meant to create moments of connection, with yourself, with others, with the world around you. That's beautiful, Willow said quietly. And actually quite achievable. We could enchant the walls to respond to the temperature and type of tea being brewed, cooler blues for delicate green teas, warmer golds for robust blacks. Nothing dramatic, just subtle shifts that enhance the drinking experience. With floating cushions that adjust to each customer's ideal comfort level, Rowan added, his pencil moving quickly across the paper. And perhaps ambient sound enchantments that filter out street noise while amplifying the gentle sounds of brewing and conversation. Mrs. Liu's eyes brightened. Could you really do all that? It sounds wonderfully complex. Complex, yes. But not complicated. Willow exchanged a look with Rowan. Shall we start with the foundation? Working together felt as natural as breathing. Rowan began with precision anchoring spells, creating invisible frameworks that would support and channel magical energy efficiently. His wand movements were economical and exact, each gesture building upon the last in careful layers. Willow waited until his foundational work was complete, then began weaving chaos magic through his structures like paint through canvas. The transformation was immediately visible. The careening teapots settled into graceful, purposeful movement, no longer colliding but dancing around each other in patterns that seemed choreographed. The self-organizing shelves slowed their frantic rearranging and began creating displays that were both functional and beautiful, grouping complementary teas by flavor profiles while maintaining pleasing color gradients. "Oh my," Mrs. Liu breathed, watching her shop transform around her. "It's like they're finally hearing each other." "That's exactly what's happening," Rowan said, making notes about magical energy levels. Each enchantment now has its own designated space and purpose, but they're all connected through the foundational network. They can communicate and coordinate without interfering. Willow layered the final touches, wall colors that would shift subtly based on the tea being brewed, floating cushions that would intuitively adjust to customer preferences, and ambient enchantments that would create perfect acoustic environments for quiet conversation or contemplative solitude. When they finished, Mrs. Liu immediately set about brewing a pot of her finest jasmine tea. As the fragrant steam rose from the pot, the walls shifted to a soft, warm green that somehow made the tea's delicate scent more pronounced. A floating cushion appeared beside her favorite chair, adjusting its firmness as she settled into it with a sigh of contentment. She took her first sip, and tears immediately welled in her eyes. "It tastes exactly like my grandmother's tea." "How did you?" "The magic isn't changing the flavor," Willow explained gently. "It's just removing distractions and creating the perfect environment for you to experience what was always there." "Your grandmother's tea was special because of the care and intention she put into brewing it," Rowan added. "Our enchantments simply help recreate the conditions she would have created naturally. The peaceful atmosphere, the focused attention, the sense that this moment matters." Mrs. Liu wiped her eyes and smiled at them both. "I think my grandmother would have liked you too. She always said the best magic was the kind that helped people remember what they'd forgotten about being human." An hour later, they walked home with Mrs. Liu's payment in Willow's pocket and detailed plans for 3 more projects in Rowan's notebook. Word had apparently spread quickly through the magical district about their unique collaborative style. "I can't believe how natural that felt," Willow said, practically bouncing with excitement. "Like we'd been working together for years instead of days. It helps that our magical styles complement each other so perfectly. Your chaos magic provides creativity and adaptability, while my precision work creates stability and efficiency." Rowan paused. "Though I have to admit, I've never felt more magically fulfilled than when I'm supporting your vision rather than controlling every detail myself." They found Felix in the building's lobby arranging an enormous bouquet of flowers from the rooftop garden, his face bright with satisfaction. "Perfect timing. I was just putting together centerpieces for tonight's celebration dinner." "Celebration dinner?" Willow asked. "For your successful magical partnership, of course. Sage is bringing desserts enchanted to reflect the diner's mood, and Cordelia has promised to open one of her best bottles of wine." Felix stepped back to admire his work. "I thought it was important to mark the occasion properly. New beginnings deserve recognition." Back in apartment 3B, they spread Mrs. Liu's payment across Willow's small table and began planning their future, both practical and professional. The coins were a modest but promising start, and the project referrals in Rowan's notebook represented more potential work than Willow had seen since moving to Eldwyn Grove. "We'll need to establish formal business partnerships," Rowan said, making lists in his precise handwriting. "Licensing, insurance, shared workspace." "About that workspace," Willow interrupted, gesturing toward the wall between their two apartments. "I've been thinking we might want to consider more permanent living arrangements. If we're going to be working together professionally, having all our magical supplies scattered between two tiny apartments seems impractical." Rowan set down his pen and looked at her carefully. "Are you suggesting we combine our living spaces?" "I'm suggesting we at least research what would be involved. Magical construction permits, wall removal, whether Cordelia would approve." Willow felt heat rise in her cheeks. "Only if you're interested, of course. We don't have to rush into anything." "Willow." Rowan reached across the table and took her hand. "I've been thinking the same thing since we got home. My apartment is perfectly organized, but it's never felt like home. This place, chaotic as it is, feels more like home than anywhere I've ever lived. Even with Bubbles' commentary and my temperamental kitchen appliances? Especially with those things. They're part of what makes this space uniquely yours." Rowan's smile was soft and certain. "And if you're willing to share it permanently, I'd like very much to figure out how to make it ours." Before Willow could respond, Sage's voice echoed from the hallway. "Knock knock. I'm here early with paint samples and completely inappropriate questions about your sex life." "Come in," Willow called, laughing as Rowan's cheeks turned pink. "And your timing is perfect. We were just discussing renovation plans." Sage burst through the door carrying an enormous box of magical paint samples, their teal hair even brighter than usual, and their grin absolutely wicked. "Please tell me you're planning to knock through that wall and create the world's most magically chaotic love nest." "We're researching the possibility of combining our living spaces," Rowan said with dignity. "For practical and professional reasons." "Sure you are. Hence why I brought mood-responsive paint." Sage began spreading sample cards across every available surface. "This one shifts color based on the inhabitant's emotional state, perfect for a couple whose magic is literally connected to their feelings. And this one creates different patterns when touched by complementary magical signatures." The paint samples were gorgeous, colors that seemed to contain their own light, patterns that shifted and flowed like living things. Willow picked up one that displayed warm golds and deep greens, watching as both colors brightened when Rowan leaned close to examine it. "It's responding to both of us," she said wonderingly. "That's the point. Magical paint is designed to reflect the energy of everyone who lives in the space. With your bonded signatures, you'd probably get colors that neither of you could create individually." Sage perched on the edge of the bed, looking enormously pleased with themselves. "Plus, think of the professional advantages. Clients could see exactly how your magic works together just by looking at your walls." Felix's celebration dinner took place in his apartment, which was twice the size of Willow's and filled with comfortable furniture and thriving plants. The table was set with his best dishes and adorned with floating candles that cast warm, steady light. Cordelia arrived precisely on time, wearing an elegant navy dress and carrying a bottle of wine that probably cost more than Willow's monthly rent. "To magical partnerships that strengthen rather than constrain," Cordelia said, raising her glass in a toast once everyone was seated. "May your work together be as harmonious as your personal connection. And may your renovations not disturb the building's structural integrity," she added with a meaningful look at Rowan. "I trust you'll submit proper permits before removing any walls." "You heard about that already?" Willow asked. "My dear, I hear about everything that happens in this building. It's part of my job as manager and my nature as a busybody." Cordelia's smile was fond. "Besides, combining apartments 3A and 3B makes perfect practical sense. The original Victorian layout included a connecting door before some previous owner divided the space. Sage's enchanted desserts were almost too beautiful to eat. Tiny cakes that shifted color to reflect each person's mood, creating an edible light show as the evening progressed. Felix's were warm gold and deep green, Cordelia's a sophisticated silver blue, while Sage's flashed through a rainbow of excited colors. Willow's dessert glowed soft pink and gold, the colors swirling together like sunrise. Rowan's displayed the same colors but in reverse proportions, creating a perfect complement. When they set their plates side by side, the magical desserts seemed to resonate, their colors synchronizing into something even more beautiful than either achieved alone. "Well," Cordelia observed with satisfaction, "I think that settles any remaining questions about compatibility." As the evening wound down and they said their goodnights, Willow felt overwhelmed by gratitude for the chosen family she'd found at Eldwyn Grove. Felix's paternal pride, Sage's enthusiastic support, Cordelia's protective wisdom, all of it surrounding and strengthening the new life she was building with Rowan. Back in apartment 3B, they sat together on her small couch with the magical paint samples spread between them, planning a future that felt both impossible and inevitable. Their golden binding cord pulsed gently in the lamplight, no longer a constraint but a promise that some magic was strong enough to choose, and some connections were worth building a whole new life around. "So," Rowan said, holding up a sample that showed stars appearing and disappearing in deep blue. "Ready to scandalize the magical interior design world?" Willow leaned against his shoulder and smiled. "With you? I'm ready for anything." Copyright 2025 by Wynne Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Wynne Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. At 2 a.m, Willow Frost sat cross-legged on her apartment floor like a very disgruntled pretzel, surrounded by enough flickering candles to summon either enlightenment or the fire department. Neither seemed particularly likely at this point. "Discount magical hack," she muttered, arranging her chaos magic components in what she desperately hoped was a circle, but looked more like a geometric crime scene. Discount magical hack. As if Mrs. Henderson's precious roses weren't absolutely stunning in purple. A supportive gurgle echoed from the bathroom. Bubble, her sentient bathtub, had been offering commentary all evening with the enthusiasm of a magical cheerleader and the tact of a caffeinated toddler. "Thank you, Bubble. At least someone appreciates aesthetic innovation around here." She held up a cracked amethyst that caught the candlelight like a tiny purple disco ball. "Though I suppose turning prize-winning roses into what she called horticultural abominations wasn't my finest professional moment." The amethyst joined 3 bent copper pennies and a vial of rainwater she'd collected during last week's thunderstorm, because chaos magic had very specific opinions about atmospheric conditions. Her ingredients looked like the contents of a particularly magical junk drawer, but they hummed with potential energy that made her fingertips tingle. "Simple aura cleansing spell," she announced to her audience of 1 bathtub and several judgmental houseplants. "Just wash away the lingering negative energy from today's disaster, and tomorrow I'll be back to my usual level of controlled chaos instead of this, whatever this is." The dark, heavy feeling had been clinging to her magical essence since Mrs. Henderson's consultation, like emotional tar that made every spell feel sluggish and wrong. Even her morning coffee had tasted bitter, which in a building where Felix grew magical coffee beans was practically sacrilege. She closed her eyes and began the incantation, focusing on pushing out the negativity while drawing in clean, bright energy. The familiar Latin phrases rolled off her tongue like a lullaby, and warmth spread from her chest down through her arms to her fingertips. For exactly 30 seconds, everything went beautifully. The candle flames steadied into perfect golden teardrops, her crystals hummed in harmony, and she felt the toxic energy beginning to lift from her aura like steam rising from hot chocolate. Then her brain helpfully supplied Mrs. Henderson's parting shot. Perhaps you should consider a career more suited to your limitations. The memory hit like a slap, and Willow's carefully controlled magic responded to her spike of hurt and frustration by exploding outward in crackling waves of purple energy. The candles flared into miniature bonfires, her crystals vibrated against the hardwood floor like angry beetles, and magic poured from her hands in chaotic torrents. No, 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 she gasped, trying to contain the magical explosion with sheer willpower and rapidly diminishing success. This is exactly what I was trying to fix. Purple energy erupted around her like she'd accidentally opened a portal to the aurora borealis, shooting through her thin apartment walls in lightning, bright tendrils that sought the nearest magical conductor with the determination of heat-seeking missiles. In apartment 3A next door, those tendrils found their target. The wild magical energy slammed into what felt like an entire arsenal of perfectly organized magical implements, causing them to resonate like struck tuning forks. The chaotic power hit that collection of controlled precision and bounced back toward her, amplified and transformed, no longer purely purple but shot through with brilliant silver threads that made her magical core sing with sudden, impossible harmony. Then she saw it, a visible silver cord materializing in the air, stretching from her chest through the wall toward whatever magical tornado she'd just accidentally awakened next door. The binding rope pulsed with combined energy that looked like liquid starlight and felt like the first deep breath after being underwater. Both apartments filled with swirling magical energy, hers glowing purple and wild, something blue and rigidly contained bleeding through from next door. The silver cord connecting them grew brighter and more solid with each passing second, and despite the obvious catastrophe unfolding around her, Willow's magic suddenly felt more stable and powerful than it ever had in her entire life. Her chaotic energy had found an anchor. Right about the time she started wondering if this feeling of magical completeness was worth whatever consequences were about to rain down on her head, furious pounding erupted on her door. "What the hell did you just do?" A deep voice demanded through the thin wood, each word making the silver cord pulse brighter and her newly stabilized magic hum with satisfaction. She scrambled to her feet, scattering magical components across the floor in a chaos of crystals and copper pennies. The binding cord stretched and flexed as she moved, but never wavered, and the closer she got to the door, the more powerful and centered her magic felt. Which was either really convenient or absolutely terrifying. The door vibrated under another barrage of aggressive knocking. "I know you're in there, and I know this is your fault." Willow took a deep breath, smoothed her singed pajama top, and opened the door to face whatever neighbor she'd just accidentally magically married. Rowan Ravenshollow stood in her doorway like an extremely well-dressed thundercloud, all sharp angles and controlled fury. Even at 2 a.m, his dark hair was perfectly styled, his gray pajamas looked like they'd been pressed by someone who took ironing very seriously, and his wire-rimmed glasses sat at exactly the right angle to make his brown eyes look like they could laser through steel. He was also crackling with silver-blue magical energy that made the air around him shimmer, and when his gaze locked on hers, the binding cord between them flared so bright she had to squint. "You!" he said with the kind of precision that suggested he'd like to package that single word in a very small, very sharp box and throw it at her head. His gaze dropped to the visible connection stretching between them, then snapped back to her face. "Your magical incompetence just bound us together." She stared at him, then at the cord, then back at his furious expression. Her brain seemed to have temporarily short-circuited, possibly because her magic was currently humming with more stability and power than she'd felt since childhood. I have no idea how this could have happened. It was a complete lie. She knew exactly which part of her spell had gone sideways, the part where her emotional control had crumbled faster than a cookie in a toddler's grip. Of course you don't. He stepped closer, and her magic responded by singing even louder, like a tuning fork that had found its perfect match. Let me guess. Chaos magic practitioner, self-taught, probably has a collection of lucky crystals and thinks magical theory is just a suggestion. Heat flared in her cheeks. Excuse me? Reckless magical practices, he continued, gesturing sharply at the silver cord that connected them. The movement made his magical energy spike, and her chaos magic immediately rose to meet it in a dance that felt far too much like harmony for comfort. Zero regard for containment protocols, probably lights candles without protective circles, and definitely doesn't understand the first thing about aura resonance theory. My magical practice isn't broken just because it doesn't follow your rigid academic rules, she snapped back, her auburn curls practically crackling with indignation. Some of us believe magic is supposed to be intuitive, not strangled into submission by someone who probably alphabetizes his spell components. His jaw tightened. Those rigid academic rules exist so we don't accidentally bind ourselves to random neighbors at 2 a.m. Random? The word came out sharper than intended. I'm not random, I'm Willow Frost and I live in 3B, and just because we've never properly met doesn't mean you get to insult my magical education. Rowan Ravenshollow, 3A, and what magical education? His brown eyes flashed behind his glasses. Because whatever institution gave you a certification clearly failed to cover the chapter on basic magical containment, and why chaos magic requires adult supervision. Adult supervision? She stepped forward, close enough that the silver cord between them blazed like a tiny sun, and their combined magical aura felt so incredibly powerful it made her teeth ache. I've been practicing magic professionally for 6 years, thank you very much. Just because my approach doesn't involve color-coding everything, doesn't mean. Fix this. His voice cut through her rising tirade with surgical precision. Whatever you just did, reverse it immediately. Fix it. Right. Because that wasn't the most terrifying request in the history of magical accidents. I can't just fix it, she admitted, hating how small her voice sounded. Magical bindings aren't exactly reversible. Something dangerous flickered in his expression. What do you mean, not reversible? I mean magical bindings are permanent. She gestured helplessly at the cord connecting them, which pulsed with what looked like satisfied permanence. They're designed to be permanent. That's sort of the point of binding magic. The silence that followed felt like standing in the eye of a hurricane. Rowan stared at her with the kind of intensity usually reserved for examining particularly fascinating species of deadly insects, and she found herself cataloging details she'd never noticed during their previous hallway encounters: the way his jaw worked when he was thinking, the small scar through his left eyebrow, how his magical energy felt like cool water over heated skin. Permanent, he repeated slowly. Very permanent. And you performed this permanent magical binding accidentally. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds catastrophically irresponsible? I was going to say unfortunate, she muttered. He removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture that somehow made him look younger and more human. When he looked up, his brown eyes held a kind of exhausted resignation that made her stomach twist with guilt. Do you have any idea what you've done? The honest answer was yes, she had a pretty good idea, and it terrified her. Because despite the obvious disaster of binding herself to someone who clearly thought her magical practice was 2 steps above finger painting, her magic had never felt this good. Her chaotic energy, usually scattered and unpredictable, now hummed with perfect stability. The wild purple power that normally fought her at every turn felt controlled and focused, like someone had finally given her magical essence the anchor it had been searching for. which meant she'd just accidentally created the most stable and powerful magical connection of her life with someone who looked like he'd rather be bound to a rabid wolverine. "I know enough," she said quietly. "And I'm sorry. I really am. I was just trying to clean my aura after a bad day, and my emotional control slipped, and the magic got away from me." Some of the sharp edges softened in his expression. "What kind of bad day?" "Client consultation gone wrong. Mrs. Henderson wanted me to enhance her rose garden, and I accidentally turned her prize-winning American Beauties purple." She gestured vaguely toward the magical chaos still scattered across her floor. "She called me a discount magical hack and suggested I find a career more suited to my limitations. That's—" He paused, seeming to wrestle with something. "That's unnecessarily cruel." "Yeah, well." She shrugged, trying for casual and probably landing somewhere closer to pathetic. "Chaos magic isn't exactly mainstream. Most people prefer practitioners who can guarantee their results won't involve surprise color changes." "Purple roses sound beautiful." The words were so quiet she almost missed them, and when she looked up, something had shifted in his expression. Not quite kindness, but maybe the absence of active irritation. "They were beautiful," she said softly. "Just not what she wanted." They stood there in her doorway, connected by a silver cord that pulsed with combined magical energy, while her neighbors' voices carried through the thin walls and her apartment still smelled like burned magic and melted candle wax. Neither of them mentioned how good their magic felt together, or how the binding cord seemed to grow brighter when they weren't actively antagonizing each other. "We need to figure out what this means," Rowan said finally. "Magical bindings have legal implications, especially for apartment dwellers. The building management needs to be notified, and probably the district magical authority." Her stomach dropped somewhere around her bare feet. The DMA was about as fond of chaos magic practitioners as Mrs. Henderson was of purple roses, which was to say not at all. "Maybe we could just not mention it," she suggested hopefully. "Keep it quiet until we figure out how to reverse it." "Did you miss the part where you just said it was permanent?" "Well, maybe permanent is more of a suggestion than a rule." He stared at her like she'd just suggested they solve their problem by teaching goldfish to tap dance. "Magical theory doesn't work that way. Chaos magic theory might. There is no such thing as chaos magic theory. That's what makes it chaos." She opened her mouth to argue, then closed it, because he wasn't entirely wrong. Chaos magic was more art than science, more intuition than instruction. Which was exactly why she loved it, and exactly why people like Rowan found it terrifying. "Look," she said, exhaustion finally catching up with the adrenaline. "It's 2:30 in the morning, we're magically bound together for reasons neither of us fully understands, and arguing in hallways isn't going to solve anything. Can we table the panic until tomorrow when we've had some sleep and possibly coffee?" "Coffee isn't going to change the fact that—" "Felix grows magical coffee beans in the building garden," she interrupted. "His Tuesday blend can cure minor existential crises and most forms of bureaucratic dread." That caught his attention. "Felix from the garden apartment? You know Felix? He helped me with a plant identification spell last month. Nice man. Terrible jokes." "The worst jokes," she agreed, surprised to find common ground. "But excellent coffee." Rowan glanced at the silver cord connecting them, which had settled into a steady, gentle glow now that they'd stopped actively trying to murder each other with words. "And you think magical coffee will help with an accidental permanent magical binding?" "I think everything looks less catastrophic after good coffee," she said firmly. "Besides, what's the alternative? Stand here exchanging insults until sunrise?" "I wasn't insulting you. I was accurately describing your magical methodology." "Same thing. Not even close." Despite everything, the magical catastrophe, the permanent binding, the fact that she just irrevocably tied her magical essence to someone who thought chaos magic was a character flaw, Willow found herself fighting a smile. "Coffee tomorrow," she suggested. Felix makes his Tuesday blend Tuesday mornings, which technically starts in 5 hours. Rowan considered this with the seriousness of someone deciding matters of international importance. Finally, he nodded. Coffee tomorrow? And then we figure out what to do about this. He gestured at the binding cord. Deal. He turned toward his apartment, then paused. For what it's worth, purple roses do sound beautiful. The door to 3A closed with a soft click, leaving Willow alone with her scattered magical components, her satisfied bathtub, and a silver cord that connected her to the most infuriating, precise, and inexplicably attractive neighbor in the history of magical accidents. She sank back onto her floor, surrounded by the remnants of her failed aura cleansing, and admitted what she'd been trying not to think since the moment their magic had first touched. This was going to complicate everything. And she was absolutely, terrifyingly okay with that.
Chapter 2. Dawn light filtered through Rowan's blinds in perfectly measured slats, illuminating his apartment with the same geometric precision that governed every aspect of his life. He sat at his mahogany desk, the silver binding cord shimmering faintly between him and the wall that separated his space from Willow's chaos next door. His favorite precision wand, a slender instrument of polished silver with obsidian inlays, lay beside an open notebook where he'd been recording measurements for the past hour. The cord pulsed gently, its luminescence shifting from cool silver to warm gold whenever his thoughts drifted to his neighbor, which was happening with alarming frequency. Magical resonance, 7.3 on the Ravenshollow scale, he muttered, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses as he noted the reading. Thickness, approximately 2 millimeters, though it appears to fluctuate based on. He paused, watching the cord brighten. Emotional proximity. This was ridiculous. He was a professional curse breaker, trained to approach magical anomalies with clinical detachment. Yet every time he tried to focus on the binding's technical properties, his mind wandered to the way Willow's green eyes had sparkled with indignation the night before, or how her wild curls had caught the hallway light like spun copper. The cord pulsed warmer. A tentative knock interrupted his brooding. Rowan straightened his already straight collar and opened the door to find Willow hovering in the hallway, clutching 2 steaming mugs. Her auburn hair was even more disheveled than usual, escaping from what might have been an attempt at a ponytail, and she wore an oversized cardigan that had seen better days. I brought tea, she said, offering him one of the mugs. Chamomile. I thought we could talk about this. She gestured vaguely at the space between them, where the binding cord connected their auras. Rowan accepted the mug, noting how her fingers trembled slightly. The chaos crystals in her cardigan pocket flickered with unstable light, betraying her nervousness. Come in. Though I should warn you, my space is considerably more organized than yours. I gathered that from the lack of scorch marks on your door. She stepped inside, immediately looking like a tropical bird that had wandered into a library. Rowan's apartment was her space's antithesis, clean lines, neutral colors, and every magical tool in its designated place. His precision wand collection sat in a custom mahogany case, each instrument nestled in velvet padding. Reference books lined the shelves in alphabetical order. Even his coffee table was bare, except for a single coaster. Wow, Willow breathed, turning slowly. It's like a magical equipment showroom. Do you actually live here, or just exist in perfect order? Organization enhances magical focus. He gestured to the desk where his analysis materials waited. I've been studying the binding's properties. Would you like to see what I've discovered? Her eyes lit up with genuine curiosity, though she maintained careful distance from his equipment. You've figured out what happened? I'm beginning to understand the basic structure. He picked up his precision wand, its silver surface gleaming. This is calibrated to measure magical resonance at the molecular level. Watch. He held the wand near the binding cord, and its obsidian inlays glowed softly as numbers appeared in the air above it. The frequency is unlike anything in my curse-breaking references. Most accidental bindings are crude affairs, magical duct tape essentially. But this He moved the wand along the cord's length, watching the readings shift. This has integrated with our core magical essences. It's not sitting on top of our auras, it's woven through them. Willow leaned closer, her own magical energy making his instruments flicker. What does that mean, exactly? It means, his wand's reading jumped as her proximity strengthened their connection. Could you step back? You're affecting the calibrations. Oh, sorry. She backed away quickly, bumping into his bookshelf. 3 perfectly aligned volumes of advanced curse-breaking theory, tilted askew. Rowan's eye twitched as he straightened the books. Perhaps you could sit in the chair. The leather one. Just don't touch anything. Willow perched on the edge of his reading chair, like she expected it to bite her. You were saying about integration. He returned to his measurements, though her nervous energy kept making his equipment give subtly different readings. The binding has essentially turned us into a single magical entity with 2 bodies. Our individual powers are now dependent on proximity and, he frowned at his notes, emotional harmony. Emotional harmony. Her voice pitched higher. What does that mean? I'm not entirely certain. But the cord's luminosity increases when we're... He adjusted his glasses, uncomfortable with the admission. When we're getting along. Oh. She tucked a wayward curl behind her ear. And when we're fighting? The magic destabilizes. Both of ours. They sat in silence, absorbing the implications. Through the binding, Rowan could sense her growing distress, a wild, fluttering panic that made his own chest tight. Maybe if we just ignore it, Willow said finally. Let me try using my magic normally. She pulled out one of her chaos crystals, a beautiful piece of cracked amethyst that caught the morning light. I'll just do a simple mood-brightening charm. Nothing dramatic. Rowan opened his mouth to warn her about attempting magic in his precisely organized space, but she was already murmuring an incantation. The crystal flared with purple light, and suddenly every metal object in his apartment, from his wand collection to his coffee maker, began humming in harmonious tones. Stop, he said quickly, but the sound wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it was rather beautiful, like a celestial tuning fork. The humming faded as Willow lowered her crystal. Did I break anything? No, you. He looked around in wonder. His usually sterile apartment felt warmer somehow, infused with a gentle energy that made the air seem to sparkle. How did you do that? I have no idea. Usually my magic just makes things explode or turn weird colors. She tucked the crystal away. Maybe having your precision magic connected to mine is stabilizing things? Before Rowan could respond, heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. Both of them froze as a sharp knock reverberated through the apartment. Mr. Ravenshollow. Miss Frost. Cordelia Blackfrost's voice carried the unmistakable tone of authority. We need to discuss your little magical incident immediately. Rowan's stomach dropped to somewhere around his ankles. Willow went pale, her freckles standing out starkly against her skin. Should we pretend we're not here? She whispered. Another knock, more insistent this time. She knows we're here, Rowan muttered, moving to open the door. She knows everything that happens in this building. Cordelia swept into the apartment like a storm front, her silver hair pulled back in a severe chignon, and her building manager's robes rustling with each step. She carried an ornate walking staff that hummed with barely contained power and a leather portfolio that looked distinctly official. Good morning, she said, though her tone suggested it was anything but. Her piercing blue eyes took in the binding cord immediately, and she produced a jeweled monocle to examine it more closely. How are we feeling about our magical mishap this morning? It was an accident, Willow said quickly. I was just trying to clean your aura, yes. I'm familiar with the theory. Cordelia moved the monocle along the cord's length, making small humming sounds. Though I must say, for an accident, this is remarkably well integrated. Most binding mishaps look like magical spaghetti. This is elegant. Rowan felt heat creep up his neck. Can you break it? That's the wrong question, Mr. Ravenshollow. Cordelia lowered the monocle and fixed him with a stern look. The right question is, can you survive what's coming? What's coming? Willow's voice was barely above a whisper. Cordelia opened her portfolio and extracted an official-looking document bearing the seal of the District Magical Authority. This arrived by emergency magical post an hour ago. It seems your little binding triggered an automatic alert in the DMA's monitoring systems. She held up the document, and Rowan's blood turned to ice as he read the header. Mandatory Magical Compatibility Inspection, 7 days notice. A compatibility inspection? Willow squeaked. What's that? The DMA's way of ensuring that magically bonded couples are genuine romantic partnerships rather than. Cordelia's lips pursed. Frivolous magical experiments. The words hung in the air like lead balloons. Rowan sank onto his sofa, his world tilting sideways. Romantic partnerships, he managed. But we're not. The DMA doesn't recognize accidental bindings, Cordelia interrupted. As far as they're concerned, magical bonds only form between individuals who are deeply, genuinely in love and planning a future together. Willow made a sound like air leaving a deflating balloon. What happens if we fail? Cordelia's expression softened slightly, but her words remained brutal. Permanent magical power removal. The theory being that if you're frivolous enough to bind yourselves without true love, you're too irresponsible to wield magic safely. The silence that followed was deafening. Through the binding cord, Rowan could feel Willow's panic rising like floodwater, matching his own growing horror. Can't we just break the binding? Willow asked desperately. Cut it somehow. Look at it, Cordelia commanded, pointing her staff at the cord. Under her magical influence, it became more visible, revealing intricate silver threads woven through both their auras like luminous DNA. This isn't rope, children. It's integrated into your magical cores. Attempting to sever it now would be like performing surgery with a sledgehammer. You'd likely lose your magic anyway, and possibly your lives. Rowan stared at the beautiful, terrible thing connecting him to his chaotic neighbor. A week ago, his biggest concern had been whether the upstairs neighbors were practicing tap dancing or summoning spirits. Now he was facing the loss of everything that made him who he was. 7 days, he said slowly. 7 days, Cordelia confirmed. The inspection will include synchronized spellcasting, aura resonance testing, and a comprehensive interview about your relationship history and future plans. But we don't have a relationship history, Willow protested. We barely know each other. Then you'd better learn quickly. Cordelia tucked the document back in her portfolio. I suggest you begin with the basics: when you met, how you fell in love, why you decided to bind yourselves. Her voice carried a hint of dry humor. Try to make it believable. After she left, Rowan and Willow sat in crushing silence. The binding cord pulsed between them, its light dim with their shared despair. I'm sorry, Willow whispered finally. This is all my fault. Apologies won't solve this. Rowan stood and began pacing, his analytical mind switching into crisis mode. We need to approach this systematically. 7 days to convince magical investigators that we are a genuine romantic couple. But we're not. No, he agreed, adjusting his glasses. But we can learn to appear as though we are. This is simply a problem that requires the right solution. Willow looked at him like he'd suggested they learn to breathe underwater. You want to fake being in love? With me? The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither was ready to examine. Through the binding, Rowan could feel her uncertainty, her fear, and underneath it all, a flutter of something that might have been curiosity. I want to keep my magic, he said finally. And despite your unconventional methods, you're clearly a powerful practitioner. We need each other now. She nodded slowly, some of her panic settling into determination. Okay. 7 days. How hard can it be to convince people we're madly in love? The binding cord pulsed brighter, as if responding to some joke the universe wasn't ready to share with them yet.
Chapter 3. The enchanted bean's brass bell chimed with unusual harmony as Willow pushed through the heavy glass door, perhaps influenced by the silver thread of magic that still connected her to Rowan somewhere inside the coffee shop. Steam rose from self-stirring mugs in delicate spirals, and coffee beans sorted themselves by roast level behind the counter with soft clicking sounds, but even the familiar magical ambiance couldn't settle the nervous energy crackling through her fingertips. She spotted them immediately. Rowan's dark head bent over what appeared to be a notebook, his precision wand case placed with geometric perfection parallel to the table's edge. Sage sprawled in the chair across from him with characteristic irreverence, combat boots propped on an empty chair, while Felix poured tea from a pot that released the gentle scents of chamomile and lavender into the air between them. "There she is." Sage gestured with their oversized coffee mug. "We were just discussing how spectacularly unprepared you two are for this whole fake relationship thing." Willow slid into the remaining chair, hyper-aware of how Rowan's shoulders tensed slightly when she sat down. The silver cord between them hummed with something that might have been relief, mixed with apprehension. "I've been conducting preliminary research." Rowan tapped his fountain pen against his notebook with precise little clicks. The DMA compatibility inspections focus on 3 primary areas: synchronized magical output, demonstrated intimate knowledge of each other's habits and preferences, and observable romantic chemistry. "Right, so you need to know each other's bodies," Sage said, causing Rowan's pen to freeze mid-tap. "Not like that, you prude. I mean how he takes his coffee, whether she's ticklish, what makes him laugh until he snorts. The little stuff that screams, 'We've been naked together,' both literally and figuratively." Rowan's ears turned an impressive shade of red. "I don't snort when I laugh." "Everyone snorts when they really laugh," Felix said gently, refilling Rowan's teacup. "It's one of those delightfully human imperfections that reminds us we're not just magical beings, we're people with hearts and funny bones and the capacity for joy." Willow watched Rowan unfold a piece of parchment from his notebook, revealing what appeared to be a meticulously planned schedule written in his precise handwriting. Color-coded sections stretched across 7 days, complete with time slots and what looked suspiciously like success metrics. Days 1 through 3, synchronized magical practice sessions to establish baseline compatibility resonance, he read aloud. Days 4 through 5, public displays of affection in high-visibility magical locations to create witness testimony. Days 6 through 7, cohabitation simulation and interview preparation with mock question scenarios. Her heart sank slightly as he outlined their potential romance like a curse-breaking project. Each day had been broken down into manageable components, complete with backup strategies and contingency plans. Even falling in love or pretending to became a series of checkboxes to tick. "This is very thorough," Felix said diplomatically, though his brown eyes held a hint of concern. "Perhaps you might also consider what drew you together, beneath the surface antagonism. Your magic clearly recognizes something compatible, even if your personalities have been clashing like cymbals during a quiet symphony." "Our magic combined by accident," Rowan pointed out, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. "Chemical reactions happen all the time without deeper meaning." Sage snorted, actually snorted, unlike Rowan's theoretical snorting. "Chemical reactions," he says. "Mate, your auras practically choreographed a ballet last night. That's not random magical science." Willow felt heat creeping up her neck at the memory of how their magic had felt when it merged, like coming home to a place she'd never known existed. But watching Rowan reduce their connection to data points and efficiency metrics made her stomach twist uncomfortably. "For optimal results," Rowan continued, apparently unaware of her growing unease, "I suggest we implement cohabitation protocols in Apartment 3A. The superior square footage and organizational systems will provide better conditions for our preparation sessions." The casual way he assumed she'd abandon her own space to fit into his controlled environment hit her like cold water. "You want me to move into your apartment?" "Temporarily, yes. It's the logical choice for You're planning a relationship like it's a business merger, Sage interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Real couples have messy emotions and spontaneous moments and fights about whose turn it is to do dishes. The DMA investigators aren't idiots, Rowan. They'll spot the fake from a mile away if you approach this like a quarterly review. Felix placed a gentle hand on Willow's arm, his fingers warm and steadying. Your chaotic magic brought you together for a reason, dear. Perhaps trust that same intuition to guide you through this challenge, rather than fighting against your natural rhythms. Rowan's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Natural rhythms resulted in this binding accident in the first place. What we need now is careful planning and controlled execution. What we need, Willow said quietly, surprising herself with the firmness in her voice, is a way to convince people we're in love that doesn't make me feel like a failed science experiment. The silver thread between them pulsed, carrying what felt like a flash of real hurt from Rowan's direction. His gray eyes met hers over his color-coded schedule, and for a moment she saw something vulnerable behind his analytical composure. I apologize, he said stiffly. I'm approaching this the only way I know how. If you have alternative suggestions. The challenge in his voice stung, partly because she didn't have alternative suggestions. Her magical training consisted mostly of following instincts and hoping for the best, which had landed them in this mess to begin with. Maybe his systematic approach was exactly what they needed, even if it felt like trying to capture lightning in a filing cabinet. No, you're right. She looked down at her hands, noting how her chaos crystals had gone suspiciously dim in their small pouch. We should follow your plan. Willow. Felix's voice carried the gentle wisdom of someone who'd learned hard truths about love and loss. Structure and spontaneity aren't enemies, you know. The strongest gardens need both careful tending and room for unexpected growth. Sage leaned forward, elbows on the table. Look, if you two are determined to be methodical about this, at least start with stuff that might actually matter. What's the first thing you noticed about each other? What did you think when you saw him in the hallway that first time? Willow glanced at Rowan, remembering how impossibly put together he'd looked compared to her singed eyebrows and soot-stained clothes. I thought he probably ironed his pajamas. I don't iron my pajamas, Rowan said automatically, then paused. Though I do fold them according to a specific system for wrinkle prevention. Despite everything, Willow felt her mouth quirk upward. Of course you do. What about you? Sage asked Rowan. First impression of our disaster witch here? Rowan was quiet for a long moment, his fingers tracing the edge of his teacup. I thought she looked like magic itself had taken human form and decided to redecorate the universe just for fun. The unexpected poetry in his words made Willow's breath catch. When she looked at him, she found him studying his schedule with intense focus, as if he hadn't just said something that made her heart flutter like startled butterflies. See? Felix beamed. There's genuine appreciation beneath all this surface friction. Perhaps your assignment for today should be discovering what else lies beneath. The assignment for today, Rowan said firmly, is establishing baseline magical compatibility measurements and beginning synchronized practice sessions. We can work on, he gestured vaguely, appreciation discovery during the process. Sage rolled their eyes. You're hopeless. But fine, start with the magical stuff if it makes you feel better. Just remember that love isn't a problem you can solve with the right formula. Every problem can be solved with the right approach, Rowan replied, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. They finished their drinks with slightly less tension than when they'd started, Rowan making notes about their conversation while Felix offered gentle observations about the way their auras shifted when they weren't actively bickering. As they prepared to leave, Sage pulled Willow aside. You sure about this? Because watching him turn romance into a spreadsheet is physically painful. Our magic is stronger together, Willow said quietly. You felt it last night. And maybe learning to work with his structure could help me finally feel like I have control over something. Sage's expression softened. Just don't lose yourself trying to fit into his perfect little boxes, okay? Your chaos is beautiful, Junie. Don't let anyone make you forget that. Near the coffee shop's entrance, Rowan cleared his throat awkwardly. We should probably practice some basic physical contact. For authenticity. Right here. Willow glanced around the busy cafe. A simple gesture. Hand contact or... He reached out hesitantly, his fingers barely brushing her shoulder. The moment his skin touched hers, silver sparks danced visibly between them, bright enough that other patrons glanced over with curious expressions. The magical connection hummed with something warm and electric that had nothing to do with their binding accident, and everything to do with the careful way his thumb traced across her collarbone before he pulled away. Interesting, he said, his voice slightly rougher than usual. The visible manifestation should help convince observers of our connection. Right, Willow managed, though her shoulder still tingled where he touched her. Very convincing. They walked back toward Eldwyn Grove in relative silence, the space between them charged with possibility and uncertainty in equal measure. Despite her reservations about his methodical approach, despite the way he'd reduced their feelings to data points and efficiency metrics, something hopeful was unfurling in her chest. I'll need to pack some things, she said as they reached the building's ivy-covered entrance. If I'm moving into your apartment, temporarily. Of course. Take whatever time you need for proper organization, and... Rowan? She turned to face him, noting how the afternoon light made his gray eyes look almost silver. When you said I looked like magic in human form, did you mean it? His careful composure cracked slightly, revealing something raw and honest beneath. I've never said anything I didn't mean, Willow. That's rather the problem. As she climbed the stairs to her apartment, Willow found herself wondering if maybe, underneath all his charts and schedules and systematic approaches to romance, Rowan Ravenshollow might be exactly the kind of disaster she'd been waiting her whole life to embrace.
Chapter 4. Standing in his apartment doorway with Willow's overnight bag clutched in one white-knuckled hand, Rowan watched his carefully curated life dissolve into beautiful, terrifying chaos. Her bathtub, because of course she had a sentient bathtub, was currently floating through his living room like some sort of porcelain parade float, cheerfully humming what sounded suspiciously like a show tune. Bubble, mind the coffee table, Willow called, wrestling with a box that seemed determined to escape her grip. It's probably expensive. Everything's expensive, Rowan muttered, then caught himself. I mean, it's fine. The table is fine. Bubble settled into his bathroom with a satisfied sigh that echoed off the tiles. Oh, lovely. Much more spacious than that cramped little number upstairs. These fixtures have such good bone structure. Rowan closed his eyes. His bathroom fixtures were now receiving compliments from a bathtub. This was his life. I'm so sorry about this, Willow said, balancing the rebellious box on her hip. I told Bubble to behave, but they get excited about new spaces. Very social bathtubs. Who knew? The box finally broke free, spilling its contents across his hardwood floor in a cascade of crystals, herbs, and what appeared to be a tiny cauldron that immediately began exploring the baseboards like an curious pet. Right. Rowan set down her bag with deliberate care. Perhaps we should establish some ground rules. But Willow was already chasing down escaped spell components, her wild curls bouncing as she crawled under his dining table to retrieve a glowing purple stone. The sight of her in his pristine space was like watching a wildflower bloom through concrete, impossible and somehow magnificent. His self-stirring cauldron chose that moment to float into the kitchen, where it promptly began rearranging his spice rack with enthusiastic clanking sounds. Oh no! Willow scrambled to her feet. Sturry, stop that. Those aren't yours to organize. Rowan followed her into the kitchen, arriving just in time to watch his alphabetically arranged spices reorganize themselves by what he could only assume was magical potency. His carefully labeled jars of common herbs shuffled to the back, while rare ingredients he'd never used floated to prime positions. Actually, he said, voice strained, I prefer them arranged by frequency of use. The cauldron paused mid-stir, its handle tilting in what might have been consideration, then continued its magical sorting with renewed vigor. Staree has opinions about efficiency, Willow said apologetically. Very strong opinions. Apparently. Rowan watched his paprika relocate itself 3 shelves higher. And these opinions override human preferences? Not override, exactly. More like passionate suggestions. His precisely calibrated coffee maker started humming, actually humming, as Staree's magical energy filled the kitchen. The sound was almost cheerful, which somehow made it worse. Rowan retreated to his bedroom, ostensibly to clear space for Willow's belongings, but really to have 30 seconds of controlled breathing in familiar territory. He opened his closet doors, revealing rows of shirts organized by color and season, then immediately regretted it when he heard Willow's soft intake of breath behind him. Wow. That's... She stepped into his personal space, close enough that he could smell her shampoo, something floral and completely at odds with his unscented everything. Do you color coordinate your socks too? Heat crept up his neck. Organization reduces decision fatigue. I organized too. Her tone was carefully neutral. Just differently. He turned to find her examining his dresser, where his precisely folded sweaters sat in neat stacks. Her fingers hovered over the perfect corners without quite touching, like she was afraid of disturbing some sacred arrangement. Where should I put my things? She asked quietly. The question shouldn't have felt loaded, but something in her voice made his chest tight. She was trying so hard to fit into his space, to not disrupt his systems, and for a moment he wanted to tell her to spread her chaos everywhere, to make his sterile apartment feel alive. Instead, he cleared his throat and opened the bottom drawer. This should accommodate your essentials. She nodded and began unpacking with uncharacteristic care, folding her flowing skirts and soft sweaters into approximations of his precise rectangles. Watching her try to conform to his methods felt wrong, like asking a river to flow in straight lines. You don't have to, he started, then stopped. What was he going to say? That she could drape her clothes over every surface? That her casual approach to organization was oddly appealing? Their hands collided as they both reached for one of her chaos crystals at the same time. The moment their skin touched, light exploded between them. Not the harsh white of his precision magic or the warm gold of her chaos energy, but something entirely new. Silver and gold threads wrapped around their joined hands, while every magical item in the apartment chimed in harmony. Rowan stared at their intertwined fingers, watching impossible colors dance across their skin. The crystal beneath their hands pulsed with gentle warmth, and for the first time since the binding, his magic felt complete. That's new, Willow whispered. He should pull away. Should maintain appropriate boundaries, and discuss the magical implications with scientific detachment. Instead, he found himself cataloging the exact shade of green in her eyes and wondering when her freckles had become so fascinating. The binding is stabilizing, he said, his voice coming out rougher than intended. Right. The binding. But she didn't move her hand either. They stood there in his impossibly organized bedroom, surrounded by the evidence of their collision, her chaotic belongings infiltrating his ordered space, their magic creating something beautiful from the clash. It felt dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with magical compatibility inspections. A pointed cough from the kitchen broke the moment. They sprang apart like guilty teenagers, the magical light fading to leave only the ordinary lamp illumination and the thunderous sound of his heartbeat. Dinner? He announced unnecessarily. I should prepare dinner. Willow nodded too quickly. I'll just finish unpacking. Cooking gave him something to focus on, besides the way she moved through his space like she belonged there. He measured ingredients with mathematical precision, while she hummed unconsciously in the bedroom, her voice mixing with Bubbles' ongoing commentary about proper bathing techniques. But when she emerged wearing soft pajama pants and an oversized sweater, her hair loose around her shoulders, his carefully portioned stir-fry turned into an exercise in not burning the vegetables while stealing glances at her bare feet padding across his hardwood floors. Smells amazing, she said, settling at his dining table with the kind of unself-conscious grace that made his formal place settings look ridiculous. They ate in relative silence, but it wasn't awkward. Willow approached his precisely prepared meal with genuine appreciation, making small sounds of enjoyment that sent warmth spreading through his chest. She complimented the balance of flavors, asked about his technique for the sauce, and somehow made his sterile dining room feel like an actual place where people shared food instead of consumed nutrition. "This is really good," she said, spearing another piece of perfectly uniform broccoli. "I'm more of a throw things in a pot and hope for the best cook. I prefer consistent results. I prefer happy accidents." She grinned. "But your way has its merits too." After dinner, the reality of sleeping arrangements descended like an awkward fog. Rowan had already stripped his bed and laid out fresh sheets, moved his reading materials to the living room, adjusted the alarm clock to account for her presence. "I can take the couch," Willow offered for the third time. "Absolutely not." The firmness in his voice surprised them both. "The bed is more comfortable, and you'll need proper rest for tomorrow's preparations." She nodded, but lingered in the bedroom doorway, fidgeting with the sleeve of her sweater. "Rowan, thank you for all of this. I know having me here isn't exactly." "It's fine." The lie came easily, even though everything about this was the opposite of fine. Having her in his space was like introducing a variable into a controlled experiment. Fascinating and terrifying in equal measure. He settled on his own couch with a spare pillow and the throw blanket that hadn't been used since he'd bought it 3 years ago. The apartment felt different with her in it. Warmer. Alive in ways he hadn't realized it was missing. From his bedroom came the soft sounds of her evening routine, water running, gentle movements, the quiet murmur of her voice as she said goodnight to Bubble. Normal, domestic sounds that shouldn't have made his chest feel so tight. The couch was perfectly adequate. He'd chosen it for its clean lines and quality construction, and it converted to a bed with engineering precision. But lying there in the dark, listening to the unfamiliar symphony of another person in his space, comfort seemed beside the point. Every small sound made him hyper-aware of her presence. The gentle rustle of sheets as she settled in his bed. Bubble's contented humming from the bathroom. The soft, magical energy that now permeated his apartment like warmth from a fireplace he hadn't known he was missing. This was temporary, he reminded himself. 7 days of managed cohabitation to pass an inspection. A logical solution to a magical problem. The fact that his sterile apartment finally felt like a home had nothing to do with anything. But when soft whimpers from the bedroom indicated Willow was having a nightmare, he was on his feet before conscious thought engaged. He stood outside his own bedroom door, hand raised to knock while her distressed murmurs made something protective and fierce rise in his chest. "Willow," he called softly. "You're safe. Just a dream." The sound stopped. He heard her take a shaky breath, then another. "Rowan, I'm here." Silence stretched between them, heavy with things neither was ready to say. Then her breathing evened out, and the apartment settled back into peaceful quiet. He returned to the couch but didn't sleep. Instead, he lay there watching dawn creep across windows that now sparkled with residual magic, thinking about how one chaotic witch had walked into his ordered life and changed everything in a single evening. Tomorrow, they would begin their performance in earnest. 7 days of convincing the authorities that they were genuinely, romantically connected. 7 days of pretending that the way his apartment felt alive with her presence meant nothing more than magical compatibility. 7 days of lying to everyone, including himself, about what was really happening between them. But tonight, listening to her peaceful breathing and feeling magic dance through his formerly sterile space, Rowan allowed himself to admit the truth he wasn't ready to say aloud. Willow Frost's beautiful chaos might be exactly what his controlled life had been missing all along.
Chapter 5. The bathroom mirror reflected back 3 different versions of Willow's smile, none of them remotely convincing. She tried again, this time adding a gentle laugh and an imaginary touch to an imaginary Rowan's arm. "Oh, darling, you're so funny," she whispered to her reflection, then immediately cringed. "No, that's terrible." "Who says darling?" "Someone who's trying too hard, dearie," Bubble chimed in from behind her. The sentient bathtub had insisted on being moved to Rowan's pristine bathroom, despite his obvious horror at the arrangement. "You look like you're about to sell him insurance, not convince the magical authorities you're smitten." Willow groaned and tried a softer approach, letting her natural warmth shine through. "Better. Much. Though you might want to work on not looking quite so terrified when he touches you. Real couples don't flinch when their beloved reaches for their hand." The problem was that Rowan's touch did things to her nervous system that had nothing to do with terror and everything to do with the way her magic hummed in response to his proximity. How was she supposed to act casual when every point of contact sent silver sparks dancing beneath her skin? A sharp knock on the bathroom door made her jump. "Willow? We need to leave in 10 minutes if we want to arrive at the marketplace during peak hours." "Coming." She took one last look at her reflection, smoothed down her flowing emerald skirt, and opened the door to find Rowan waiting in the hallway, perfectly pressed as usual. He'd chosen a charcoal button-down that made his gray eyes look like storm clouds, and his dark hair was styled with mathematical precision. Everything about him screamed efficiency and control, which would have been fine except for the way his hands kept clenching and unclenching at his sides. "You look nervous," she observed. "I'm not nervous. I'm strategically planning our interaction protocols." Willow bit back a laugh. Even when he was anxious, Rowan couldn't help sounding like a magical textbook. "Right. Well, remember what we discussed: casual affection, synchronized responses to each other's magic, and try not to look like someone's holding a wand to your head." His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "I'm perfectly capable of appearing fond of you." "Fond?" The word came out as a squeak. "Rowan, we're supposed to be magically bonded lovers, not distant cousins at a family reunion." They made it to the marketplace entrance before their first major test. The Saturday morning crowd was thick with couples young and old, their magical auras creating a symphony of color and warmth that hung in the air like visible music. Willow watched a pair of young witches pass by, their hands intertwined and their magic dancing together in perfect harmony, and felt her stomach clench with dread. "Hand," Rowan said suddenly, extending his palm toward her with all the romance of a business transaction. "That's not," she started to protest, but he'd already grasped her fingers with the grip of someone trying to keep a slippery fish from escaping. "We should hold hands now," he announced in a voice that carried far enough for at least 6 people to hear. "Because we are together. Romantically." A nearby couple turned to stare, and Willow wanted to disappear into the cobblestones. Instead, she forced a bright smile and tried to ignore the way Rowan's palm was growing sweatier with each step. They made it exactly 3 stalls before the real torture began. "Newt eyes," Rowan declared, stopping at an apothecary display with the abruptness of a man following a predetermined route. "Yes, darling, that's exactly the nude eyes we need for our romantic dinner." His voice had climbed half an octave, and his grip on her hand tightened to the point of actual pain. Willow tried to subtly extract her fingers, but he held on like she was his lifeline. "Actually, I think she began. "Young love," interrupted a cheerful voice. Miranda Sweetbriar, the herb vendor whose stall they'd approached, beamed at them with the knowing smile of someone who'd spent decades watching couples navigate the marketplace together. "I can always spot the newly bonded ones. There's such a glow about you both." Willow's stomach twisted into knots. The elderly woman's genuine warmth made the deception feel even more wrong, like they were taking advantage of her kindness. "Oh, we're not actually," Willow started, but Rowan's hand clamped down on hers with enough force to cut off circulation. "Newly bonded, yes," he said, his voice strangled. "Very new. And bonded." Mrs. Sweetbriar's eyes twinkled as she selected a bundle of deep purple flowers from her display. "Passion flowers," she explained, wrapping them in brown paper with practiced efficiency. "For luck. No charge for such a lovely couple." The gift felt like a lead weight in Willow's free hand. They mumbled their thanks and escaped to the relative anonymity of the crowd, but the damage was done. Willow's guilt was making her magic restless, and she could feel chaotic energy building beneath her skin. "You're overdoing it," Rowan hissed as they walked, his shoulders rigid with tension. Real couples don't hang all over each other constantly. Hang all over? Willow stared at him in disbelief. I touched your arm once when I laughed. That's not exactly throwing myself at you. It was excessive. We need to appear believable, not theatrical. Says the man who announced our romantic dinner plans to half the marketplace. She tried again to loosen his death grip on her hand. And could you maybe not crush my fingers? I need them for spell casting. His hold loosened slightly, but his expression remained stubbornly disapproving. We need to maintain consistent physical contact for the bonding to appear genuine. They paused near a fountain where water danced in impossible spirals, each droplet catching the morning light like tiny prisms. A couple sat on the fountain's edge, the woman's head resting on her partner's shoulder, while their combined magic painted lazy golden swirls in the air above their heads. Their contentment was so natural, so effortless, that Willow felt like a fraud just watching them. Look at them, she whispered, nodding toward the genuine couple. See how their magic moves together? Like they're not even thinking about it? Rowan followed her gaze, his analytical mind clearly cataloging every detail of their magical synchronization. Their auras are perfectly calibrated. The resonance frequency suggests deep emotional compatibility. It's not about frequency, Willow protested. It's about trust. About letting yourself be vulnerable enough to... Hey, aren't you the two who got accidentally bound? The voice cut across their conversation like a knife. 3 young practitioners had stopped nearby, their expressions ranging from curious to openly amused. The speaker, a woman with purple-streaked hair and multiple ear piercings, grinned like she'd spotted something entertaining. I heard about the inspection, another added, making no effort to lower her voice. Fake relationships never fool the DMA though. They've got detection spells for that sort of thing. Heat flooded Willow's cheeks, and with it came a surge of uncontrolled magic. Sparks began shooting from her fingertips in erratic bursts, and she watched in horror as a nearby merchant's carefully arranged display of enchanted jewelry began rearranging itself into chaotic spirals. Control yourself, Rowan muttered through gritted teeth, but his words only made things worse. More people were starting to stare. The jewelry continued its wild dance, joined now by a collection of floating scarves from another stall. Willow's magic was cascading out of her in waves, responding to her embarrassment and panic with increasingly dramatic displays. Rowan grabbed her elbow and pulled her toward a narrow alcove between 2 potion stalls. The space was barely wide enough for both of them, forcing them to stand chest to chest in the shadows while her magic continued to spiral out of control. We're making a scene, he said, his voice tight with frustration. This is exactly what we can't afford. I know that. The words came out sharper than she intended. You think I'm doing this on purpose? You're standing there criticizing every move I make, acting like touching me is some kind of burden. I never said. You didn't have to say anything. Your entire body language screams that you'd rather be anywhere else. She could feel tears of frustration burning behind her eyes. Maybe if we stopped thinking so hard about performing romance and actually tried being close to each other, we wouldn't look like strangers forced into a hostage situation. Something shifted in his expression. The tight lines around his eyes softened slightly, and for a moment he looked less like a man following a protocol and more like someone who was just as lost as she was. What if we just, she continued, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper in the intimate space between them. What if we stopped pretending for a minute and saw what happens? Before he could protest or analyze or create another strategy, she stepped closer. The alcove was so small that there was nowhere for him to retreat, and when she placed her palms flat against his chest, she felt his sharp intake of breath. Willow, he said, and her name sounded different in his voice. Uncertain. Almost vulnerable. Just try, she whispered, looking directly into his storm-gray eyes. Stop thinking about what we're supposed to be doing, and just be here with me. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. Then something in his expression cracked open, and instead of pulling away, he let his hands come up to rest lightly on her waist. The moment their magic made true contact, not the forced, anxious connection they'd been attempting all morning, but genuine, intentional touch, the air around them exploded into light. Silver and gold sparks cascaded from their joined energy, painting the walls of the alcove with dancing patterns of warmth and color. The light was nothing like the chaotic bursts that had been escaping from Willow's anxiety. This was controlled and beautiful, their two magical signatures weaving together in spirals that seemed to pulse with their synchronized heartbeats. Willow gasped at the rush of power that flooded through her system. Her magic, instead of fighting against itself, settled into perfect harmony with Rowan's precise energy. Where normally her spells felt like trying to conduct an orchestra during an earthquake, this felt like singing in perfect pitch. "Oh," Rowan breathed, his voice full of wonder. His hands tightened slightly on her waist, and another wave of golden light pulsed between them. They stayed like that for several long moments, surrounded by the evidence of what their magic could do when they stopped fighting their connection and simply allowed it to exist. The light gradually faded, but the warmth remained, settling in Willow's chest like the memory of summer sunshine. When she finally looked up at him, really looked, she saw something in his expression that hadn't been there before. The careful walls he kept around himself had cracked just enough to let something genuine shine through, and the sight of it made her breath catch. "That was," he started, then seemed to lose words. "Real," she finished softly. "That felt real."
Chapter 6. The silver and gold sparks faded like dying fireworks, leaving them standing breathless in the narrow alcove. Rowan's hands remained at Willow's waist, his thumbs tracing small circles against the soft fabric of her cardigan. The marketplace bustled beyond their hidden space, but the world felt suspended, crystallized in this moment where their magic had finally sung in harmony. Willow tilted her face up to meet his gaze, her green eyes bright with wonder. "That was unexpected." His voice came out rougher than intended. She laughed softly, the sound making his chest tighten. "I was going to say, incredible." The silver binding rope between them pulsed with warm light, no longer feeling like a chain but like something precious. Rowan found himself studying the way her freckles scattered across her nose, how her wild curls caught the filtered sunlight streaming through the market awnings above. "We should," he cleared his throat, reluctantly dropping his hands. "We should finish our shopping before people start wondering where we disappeared to." Disappointment flickered across her features so quickly he almost missed it. "Right. Of course. The ingredients." When she stepped back, the loss of her warmth hit him like a physical blow. The binding rope dimmed to its usual faint shimmer, but it no longer pulled with discomfort. Instead, it felt like a gentle reminder of their connection. They emerged from the alcove with careful casualness, but something fundamental had shifted. When Willow slipped her hand into his, it felt natural rather than forced. Their fingers interlaced without the awkward fumbling of earlier, and small sparks of magic flickered between their joined palms whenever they brushed against particularly potent magical items. At the herb vendor's stall, Willow leaned into his side while examining dried moonbell petals, and Rowan found himself breathing in the honey vanilla scent of her hair without feeling guilty about it. When she laughed at something the vendor said, her free hand briefly touched his arm, and he didn't immediately calculate whether the gesture looked convincingly couple-like. It just felt right. "Those should enhance emotional resonance," the elderly herb witch said, packaging the moonbells in silver paper. "Perfect for bonded couples working on their harmony." Rowan tensed, waiting for the familiar spike of panic at being scrutinized, but Willow squeezed his hand reassuringly. Her thumb traced across his knuckles, and the touch sent warmth racing up his arm. "We're still learning," Willow said easily. "But we're getting better at listening to each other." The vendor smiled knowingly. "The best magic happens when you stop fighting yourselves." Back at Eldwyn Grove, Rowan led them to his apartment instead of Willow's chaotic studio. His living space reflected everything she'd expected: clean lines, neutral colors, every book precisely aligned on shelves organized by subject and magical classification. The only splash of personality came from the collection of rare crystals displayed in a glass case, each one perfectly cut and labeled. We should practice synchronized spellcasting, he said, already moving toward his study. Build on what happened at the market. Willow trailed behind him, taking in the immaculate space. His desk held neat stacks of curse-breaking research, each page aligned with geometric precision. Even his magical components were sorted into labeled containers arranged by alphabetical order. How do you find anything in here? The question slipped out before she could stop it. He paused in retrieving his wand case. Everything has its place. Organization increases efficiency. But where's the inspiration? The creative spark? She gestured at the sterile perfection. Magic isn't supposed to feel like filing taxes. Something tightened in his expression. My methods have served me well for over a decade. Rowan opened his velvet-lined case, revealing 7 silver-handled wands, each one crafted for different magical disciplines. He selected a mid-length wand designed for harmony work, its handle engraved with intricate symbols for balance and synchronization. This is a basic resonance spell. He moved to the center of his living room, positioning himself with practiced precision. Watch the wand movement carefully. 3 clockwise circles, followed by a figure 8 pattern, then a vertical line to seal. His demonstration was flawless, each gesture controlled and measured, his magical release steady and even. Golden light traced the pattern in the air, holding its shape for several seconds before fading. Textbook perfect. Your turn. He offered her the wand. Willow took it, immediately feeling how different it was from her usual chaotic casting. The wand wanted structure, demanded precision. She tried to replicate his exact movements, focusing on keeping each circle the same size, the figure 8 symmetrical. The moment she released her magic, everything went sideways. Instead of controlled golden light, wild aurora colors exploded from the wand tip, brilliant purples and electric blues that spiraled in every direction. The coffee table shot 3 feet to the left. His precisely stacked books tumbled from their shelves. The curtains singed at the edges, filling the air with the smell of burnt fabric. Stop. Rowan lunged forward, his hands covering hers on the wand. Cut the flow. The chaotic energy sputtered and died, leaving his formerly perfect living room looking like a magical tornado had torn through it. Willow stared at the destruction, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Rowan ran his hands through his hair, destroying his careful styling. You can't just blast magic around without any control. The inspection requires precision, not whatever that was. Her spine stiffened. My magic isn't broken just because it doesn't fit your neat little categories. It's not about categories. It's about safety. About reliability. He gestured at his displaced furniture. The DMA expects demonstrable magical competency, not creative chaos. Creative chaos. Hurt sharpened her voice. Is that really what you think of my abilities? I think you're incredibly powerful, but power without control is dangerous. His tone turned lecturing, the same voice he probably used with difficult clients. If you could just learn to channel your energy more efficiently. More efficiently? Willow's temper flared, her magical aura beginning to shimmer with agitated colors. You want me to suffocate my magic so it looks pretty for some bureaucrat's checklist. I want us to pass the inspection. The words came out sharper than he intended. Your current approach isn't sustainable. One major magical accident, and they'll strip both our powers permanently. So the solution is to make me into a pale copy of you. Magic crackled around her hands. To suppress everything that makes my abilities unique. I'm trying to help you improve. Improve. The word hit her like a slap. By erasing everything I am. Their raised voices had awakened both their defensive instincts. Rowan's magic rose to meet hers, his golden control facing off against her chaotic rainbow of power. The air between them sparked with tension. This is what I mean about control. His wand came up automatically, instinct taking over. You're letting emotion drive your magic instead of. Instead of what? Being a robot like you. Her hands blazed with uncontrolled energy. At least I feel things. The accusation hit its mark. Something cold and angry flashed in his gray eyes. Feeling things nearly got someone killed the last time I let my guard down. Willow faltered. Rowan. But he was already casting, his magic rising in precise defensive waves. She responded instinctively, her chaos magic surging to meet his structured assault. Where their energies should have clashed in destructive opposition, something extraordinary happened. His controlled golden spirals met her wild aurora storms, and instead of canceling each other out, they began to dance. The gold provided structure for her chaos to follow, while her vibrant colors breathed life into his rigid patterns. His precision gave her magic direction. Her creativity made his power sing with new possibilities. Together, they created something neither could achieve alone, magic that was both controlled and free, structured and wild. Golden light spiraled through rivers of purple and blue, creating patterns of breathtaking beauty that filled the entire room with warmth and wonder. Rowan's wand clattered to the floor. Willow's hands fell to her sides. They stood frozen, watching their combined magic paint impossible auroras across his white walls. How? His voice came out as barely a whisper. We stopped fighting it. Wonder filled her words. Stop trying to force it to be something it's not. The magical display slowly faded, leaving them facing each other in the soft afternoon light filtering through his repaired curtains. His furniture had returned to its original positions, but the sterile perfection of his apartment felt different somehow, softer, more alive. Your methods aren't wrong, she said quietly. They're just not the only way. Rowan stared at the space where their magic had created impossible beauty. In 15 years of magical practice, I've never seen anything like that. Because you've never let yourself partner with chaos. She took a tentative step toward him. My magic isn't broken, and neither is yours. They're just different halves of something bigger. He met her gaze, really looking at her for the first time since they'd returned from the market. Her hair was even wilder than usual, her cheeks flushed with lingering adrenaline. She looked nothing like the controlled, precise magical practitioners he'd always respected. She looked vibrant and real, and absolutely terrifying in all the best ways. I don't know how to not control everything, he admitted. And I don't know how to control anything. She offered him a small smile. Maybe that's why the binding accident happened. Maybe we each have something the other needs. The silver rope between them pulsed with gentle warmth, no longer a chain but a bridge. Rowan found himself wondering when exactly he'd stopped seeing it as a burden and started seeing it as a lifeline. The DMA won't care about magical compatibility if we can't convince them we're emotionally compatible. His analytical mind reasserted itself, but gently this time. We still need to work on appearing genuinely romantic. Then maybe we should stop trying so hard to appear anything. Willow moved closer, close enough that he could see the golden flecks in her green eyes. Maybe we should just be. Before he could overthink it, before he could calculate the risks or analyze the implications, Rowan reached out and tucked one of her wild curls behind her ear. The simple touch sent sparks racing along the binding rope. This is probably a terrible idea, he murmured. Probably. But she didn't step away. I specialize in those. For the first time in years, the prospect of doing something unpredictable didn't terrify him. Standing in his restored living room with magic still humming in the air between them, Rowan thought that maybe, just maybe, some terrible ideas were worth the risk. Outside his window, the afternoon sun painted Eldwyn Grove's garden in shades of gold that reminded him of the way their magic looked when it stopped fighting itself and started dancing instead.
Chapter 7. The stairwell echoed with Willow's footsteps as she climbed toward the roof, her magic still sparking unpredictably around her fingertips. The residual energy from her clash with Rowan crackled like static electricity, making the enchanted sconces flicker as she passed. She needed air, space, somewhere her chaotic emotions couldn't bounce off walls and amplify until she felt ready to explode. The rooftop garden welcomed her with the soft whisper of evening wind through leaves and the gentle hum of Felix's protective charms. Twilight painted the sky in watercolor strokes of purple and gold, and the first stars were beginning to peek through the city's magical glow. She breathed deeply, letting the familiar sense of herbs and growing things calm her racing heart. A soft rustling caught her attention, and she spotted Felix kneeling beside a section of the garden she'd somehow never noticed before. Hidden behind a trellis of climbing jasmine, a small patch of forget-me-nots created a blue carpet around deep red roses that seemed to glow with their own inner warmth. The flowers were impossibly perfect, each bloom catching the last rays of sunlight like they were made of living jewels. Felix looked up at her approach, his kind eyes immediately reading the storm written across her face. Without a word, he handed her a copper watering can, its surface worn smooth by countless hands. "David planted these," he said quietly, gesturing to the memorial garden with a tenderness that made Willow's chest ache. Said forget-me-nots were promises, but roses were hope. Stubborn things that bloom even when conditions aren't quite right. Willow accepted the watering can, grateful for something concrete to focus on. The cool metal grounded her scattered energy as she gently sprinkled water over the vibrant blooms. "They're beautiful. I can't believe I never noticed them before." David had a gift for tucked-away spaces, Felix said, settling back on his heels with a soft smile. "Always said the most important things grow better with a little privacy. Away from prying eyes and well-meaning advice." His weathered hands moved tenderly among the flowers, deadheading spent blooms with practiced care. He was terrible at following gardening rules. Planted things too close together, mixed varieties that weren't supposed to thrive in the same soil. Drove me absolutely mad. The watering can trembled slightly in Willow's grip. Did it work? The mixed planting? Created the most spectacular garden you've ever seen. Felix's voice carried decades of love and loss. Took me years to understand that his chaos wasn't carelessness. It was intuition. He saw connections I missed, possibilities I was too rigid to imagine. He glanced up at her meaningfully. Structure and wildness don't have to be enemies, you know. Sometimes they create magic together. Tears pricked at Willow's eyes as she carefully watered a cluster of particularly defiant roses. What if the structure person thinks the wildness is just broken? What if they can do so much better without the chaos messing everything up? Felix chuckled, the sound warm as summer rain. David used to say the exact same thing. Convinced himself I'd be better off with someone who understood proper plant spacing and seasonal timing. He pointed to a spectacular rose blooming beside a tangle of forget-me-nots. "Look at that beauty. Never would have happened if I'd kept everything in neat, separate rows." The garden gate creaked softly, and Willow's magic responded before she could stop it, reaching toward the familiar signature approaching through the evening shadows. Rowan appeared at the entrance looking thoroughly disheveled, his usually perfect hair mussed, shirt wrinkled, and wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew. His gray eyes swept the garden until they found her, and the relief that crossed his face was so genuine it made her heart skip. "I followed your magical trail," he said quietly, showing her palms that still glowed faintly with tracking spells. "You left quite a path of confused enchantments downstairs." Felix straightened with a knowing smile, gathering his gardening tools with deliberate care. "Well, I should check on my moonflowers. They bloom best in evening light, you know. Very particular about their timing." He patted Willow's shoulder gently as he passed. Some plants need darkness to show their true beauty. Rowan waited until Felix's footsteps faded before moving closer, his usual rigid posture replaced by something more uncertain. "I was worried. Your magic felt distressed." "Distressed?" Willow repeated, setting down the watering can with more force than necessary. "Is that your clinical term for everything, Rowan? Magical distress, emotional irregularities, relationship complications? I deserve that." He settled carefully onto Felix's wooden bench, leaving space between them, but close enough that she could see the genuine worry in his eyes. "I'm not very good at this. Talking about feelings. Real ones." The admission surprised her into silence. She sank onto the bench beside him, suddenly exhausted by the emotional whiplash of their evening. Around them, the garden hummed with peaceful magic, Felix's nurturing spells, the protective charms, the contented sighs of plants settling for the night. "Your apartment is very nice," she said finally, picking at a loose thread on her skirt. "Very controlled." "Perfect." "It's sterile," Rowan corrected, surprising her again. "I know it is. Everything in its place, everything predictable. I used to think that's what I wanted." "Used to?" He was quiet for so long, she thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "I wasn't always this careful. This controlled." His hands clenched in his lap. "I used to trust my instincts, take magical risks. I was actually quite good at improvisation." Willow turned to study his profile in the growing darkness. The moonflowers were beginning to open around them, their luminous petals adding silver light to the garden's gentle glow. "What changed?" "I killed someone." The words hit her like a physical blow. She watched his jaw tighten, his whole body going rigid with old pain. "Not directly," he continued, his voice clinical now, detached. "But my carelessness, my failure to follow proper procedures, it led to someone's death. Someone who trusted me to know better." Willow's chest ached for him. Without thinking, she reached out and covered his clenched hands with hers. His fingers were cold despite the warm evening. "Tell me," she said softly. Rowan stared down at their joined hands for a long moment. "Her name was Elena. My professor's daughter. Brilliant magical theorist, always pushing boundaries, asking questions that made everyone uncomfortable." A ghost of a smile crossed his face. "You would have liked her." "What happened?" "Ancient curse. Thornwick Academy brought me in as a consultation, youngest cursebreaker they'd ever hired for something that complex." His voice grew distant. "Elena was researching pre-classical binding magic, got too close to something that had been locked away for good reason. The curse started consuming her magical core." Willow could picture it, a younger Rowan, confident in his abilities, eager to prove himself worthy of such trust. "I had the standard removal protocols memorized," he continued. "Careful, methodical approach that would take weeks but guarantee safety. But Elena was deteriorating rapidly. She begged me to try experimental techniques, to trust my instincts instead of the textbooks." His hands tightened under hers. "So I did. I improvised. I trusted myself to be brilliant instead of thorough. And the curse fractured instead of dispersing cleanly. Part of it lodged in her nervous system. She lived for 3 months in agony before." He swallowed hard. "Before her body gave out." They sat in silence while the moonflowers continued their slow dance toward full bloom. Felix's words echoed in Willow's mind. Sometimes the most important things needed privacy to grow. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "After that, I rebuilt everything. My methods, my life, my relationships. No improvisation, no trusting instincts, no emotional complications that might cloud my judgment." He finally looked at her, his gray eyes reflecting starlight. "It worked. I became the most precise cursebreaker in the district. Never lost another client. But you lost yourself. I thought that was acceptable trade-off." He turned his hand's palm up beneath hers, finally returning her touch. "Until this binding forced me to remember what magic feels like when it's alive instead of just controlled." Willow felt tears slip down her cheeks. "I'm not Elena. I'm not going to die if you make a mistake with me. Aren't you?" His voice cracked slightly. "Your chaos terrifies me, Willow. Not because it's wrong, but because it makes me want to let go. To trust again. To believe that maybe precision isn't the only thing that matters." She shifted closer until their knees touched and she could feel the warmth radiating from his skin. "Want to know a secret?" He nodded. "Your control terrifies me just as much." The admission felt like stepping off a cliff. "My whole family, they're all successful, controlled magical practitioners. My mother built an empire on precision and proper technique. And she gestured helplessly to herself. I'm chaos in designer clothes, destroying everything I touch. You don't destroy, Rowan said firmly. You transform. Same thing most of the time. No. His thumb traced across her knuckles. Destruction breaks things apart. Transformation creates something new from what existed before. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. What we created today in my apartment, that wasn't destruction. That was transformation. The moonflowers reached full bloom around them, filling the garden with silver light and sweet fragrance. Willow could feel their magic responding to each other across the small space between them, his controlled energy reaching toward her chaos, her wildness drawn to his steady strength. I've never had a magical binding before, she said quietly. Neither have I. The DMA probably expects us to hate it. To want it removed as soon as possible. Rowan's fingers laced through hers properly now, and she felt his magic settle against hers like a missing puzzle piece clicking into place. What if we don't? Don't what? Don't hate it. Don't want it removed. His voice was barely audible. What if we want to keep it? The question hung in the air between them, loaded with implications neither was quite ready to face. Around them, the garden seemed to hold its breath, even the gentle night breeze pausing as if waiting for her answer. Then I guess we'd better convince Inspector Hartwell that we're madly in love, Willow said finally. Madly in love, Rowan repeated, and something in his tone made her pulse quicken. Completely besotted. Utterly devoted. Head over heels. They were both smiling now, the words becoming a game that felt dangerously close to something else entirely. Think we can manage that? Willow asked. Rowan lifted their joined hands and pressed a soft kiss to her knuckles, the gesture so tender her breath caught. With you? I think I could manage anything. The moonflowers swayed gently around them as they sat together in Felix's memorial garden, surrounded by proof that the most beautiful things could grow from the combination of careful structure and wild hope. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more tests, the constant pressure of performing their connection for skeptical eyes. But tonight, in the silver light and sweet air, they had found something real growing in the spaces between chaos and control. Something worth protecting.
Chapter 8. The couch cushions might as well have been made of concrete, for all the rest they offered. Rowan shifted again, his spine protesting against the rigid angle, but his discomfort had nothing to do with sleeping arrangements, and everything to do with the conversation replaying in his mind like a broken enchantment. Willow's voice when she'd spoken about her family's disappointment. The way her shoulders had curved inward when she'd called herself destructive chaos. And his own words, raw and unfiltered, about Alina's death, secrets he'd buried so deep they'd calcified around his heart. The digital clock on his kitchenette glowed an accusatory 2:17 a.m. Tomorrow, today really, Inspector Hartwell would arrive with her clipboard and suspicious eyes, ready to dissect their supposed love with bureaucratic precision. The irony wasn't lost on him that proving genuine romantic connection had become exponentially more complicated now that actual feelings were involved. Soft light filtered through the living room window, not the harsh orange of street lamps but something gentler. Warmer. Rowan sat up, blinking away the gritty exhaustion that clung to his eyelids, and found the source of illumination. Willow sat cross-legged on his hardwood floor in the patch of moonlight streaming through the window, wrapped in the spare blanket he'd given her. Her wild curls caught the silver glow like a halo, and she was staring down at something between her hands with the kind of focused attention usually reserved for complex spellwork. Their binding cord. The ethereal rope pulsed with gentle luminescence in the darkness, more visible now than it had been all week. It connected them heart to heart, a silver thread that seemed to breathe with their combined magic, and Willow was watching it like she was reading poetry written in light. Can't sleep either? Her voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried in the stillness of his apartment. She patted the floor beside her without looking up. The cord's beautiful at night. Have you noticed? Rowan hesitated. The smart thing would be to retreat to his bedroom, give them both space to process the emotional minefield they'd wandered into. Instead, he found himself padding across the cold floor in stocking feet, settling close enough that their shoulders almost touched. The binding cord pulsed brighter at his proximity, and he was struck again by how wrong he'd been about its appearance. What he'd initially seen as a chain binding him to chaos now looked more like starlight made tangible. "I thought it would feel heavy," Willow murmured, flexing her fingers near the cord's glow. "When it first appeared, I mean. Like wearing shackles or dragging an anchor. But it doesn't, does it? It feels." She tilted her head, searching for words. "Present. Like how music feels when it's perfectly tuned." The cord brightened at her words, responding to the sincerity in her voice, and Rowan felt an answering warmth bloom in his chest. "Harmonious," he said quietly. "That's what Inspector Hartwell will be looking for tomorrow. Evidence of harmonic resonance between bonded practitioners." "Are you nervous?" The simple question hit him sideways. Nervous didn't begin to cover the cocktail of anxiety, anticipation, and something dangerously close to hope swirling in his stomach. Terrified. Willow's head turned toward him, her green eyes luminous in the moonlight. Of failing the inspection? Of passing it? The admission slipped out before he could stop it, raw and honest as an open wound. Of failing it? He dragged a hand through his hair, destroying the careful styling he maintained even while sleeping. "I'm terrified about tomorrow's inspection, but not because of losing my magic." She waited, patient as moonrise, while he gathered scattered thoughts into something resembling coherence. "I've never had to prove I was worthy of love before," he said finally. "My parents assumed it was inevitable. Their brilliant son would find an appropriate partner and produce appropriate grandchildren on an appropriate timeline. Elena and I." He swallowed hard. "What we had was comfortable. Safe. Neither of us had to stretch or change or risk very much." The binding cord pulsed, encouraging honesty with gentle warmth. "But this," Rowan gestured vaguely between them, "whatever this is becoming, it's not safe at all. And I'm terrified that tomorrow will prove we're fundamentally incompatible, that this connection is just magical proximity masquerading as something real." Willow's laugh was soft, but tinged with something that might have been tears. "That's funny. I'm terrified of the opposite." "What do you mean?" She pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders, creating a cocoon of warmth and worn cotton. "I'm not afraid of losing my magic. I've been planning to give it up anyway, after enough public disasters. Find some nice, mundane job where the worst thing I can break is a coffee mug." The casual way she said it hit him like a physical blow. "Willow, no. Your magic is extraordinary." "My magic is chaos barely held in check by wishful thinking and lucky charms." But there was less conviction in her voice than usual. "My family's made it clear I'm the disappointing daughter. The one who couldn't live up to the Frost legacy of controlled perfection. Every boyfriend I've ever had has eventually admitted my unpredictable energy was exhausting." Rowan studied her profile in the moonlight, the stubborn tilt of her chin warring with vulnerability in the soft curve of her mouth. "What are you afraid of, then?" "I'm afraid the inspection will prove we are compatible," she whispered. "That this bond is real and strong, and everything I've never been brave enough to want. Because I've never had anyone look at my disasters and see magic before. I've never had my power feel steady and sure, like it does when we're connected. And I'm terrified that if tomorrow goes well, if we keep this binding, I'll finally understand what it feels like to be enough for someone." The words hung between them like incantation, charged with the kind of honesty that could reshape entire worlds. Rowan felt something crack open in his chest, some careful barrier he'd constructed after Elena's death, to keep everyone at arm's length. "I've spent 3 years believing I was broken," he said, his voice barely audible. "Too dangerous to trust with anyone's well-being. Too controlled to let anyone close. But when I'm with you, my magic feels alive again. Like maybe I'm not as dangerous as I thought." Willow's hand found his in the dim light, her fingers warm and slightly calloused from crafting work. Their binding cord flared brighter at the contact, silver light dancing across their joined hands like benediction. "Tell me about before," she said softly. "Before, Elena. Before you decided you were dangerous." So he did. Halting at first, then with growing ease, he told her about his academy years when magic felt like flight instead of carefully managed risk. About research projects that kept him up all night, not from insomnia but from excitement. About the version of himself who believed precision and intuition could work together instead of warring for dominance. "I was going to specialize in collaborative curse breaking," he admitted, the words rusty from disuse. "Working with chaos practitioners to tackle the really complex cases. Precision magic is excellent for analysis and containment, but sometimes you need intuitive leaps to find unexpected solutions." "What changed your mind?" Elena got cursed. The old pain washed over him, familiar as high tide. Fertility hex gone wrong at a client's estate. Should have been routine. Identify the curse structure, methodically unravel each component, restore her natural magical flow. But there was a time pressure, and I got creative. Willow's thumb traced across his knuckles, patient and anchoring. I improvised a removal technique, tried to combine my analytical approach with more intuitive methods. It backfired catastrophically. Instead of freeing her from the curse, I shattered her ability to carry children entirely. Irreversibly. "Oh, Rowan." She forgave me. His voice cracked on the words. She said it was an accident, that she didn't blame me, but I saw how she looked at pregnant women afterward. How she'd turn away from children's laughter in the park. I destroyed the future she dreamed of because I thought I was clever enough to break the rules. "That's why you stayed with her," Willow said quietly. "Even though you weren't really in love. You felt responsible." He nodded, unable to trust his voice. "And that's why you've kept everyone at distance since she died. You think caring about someone makes you dangerous, doesn't it?" The question came out sharper than intended. "Look what happened this week. I've been in your life for 6 days, and you've already had 3 magical accidents. None of which hurt anyone." Willow shifted to face him more fully, her eyes fierce in the moonlight. "Rowan, the worst thing that's happened since we've been bonded is that my shower got mysteriously clogged with flower petals. Meanwhile, my magic has never felt more stable, more purposeful. When we practice together, I can feel your precision guiding my intuition instead of fighting it. But, no buts." She squeezed his hand. "You didn't destroy Alina's future because you were dangerous. You made a mistake while trying to help someone you cared about. That's called being human, not being a threat." The binding cord pulsed between them, warm and steady, and Rowan felt 3 years of carefully constructed self-recrimination beginning to crack around the edges. "I used to love magic," he said wonderingly. "Before I learned to fear it. Before I started cataloging all the ways it could go wrong. What did it feel like when you loved it? Like flying. Like being part of something infinite and purposeful. Like..." He met her eyes, saw his own wonder reflected back. "Like this. Like what happens when we practice together." Willow's smile was radiant enough to rival their cord's luminescence. "That's how my magic feels with you too. Less wild, but not in a bad way. Like it finally has direction, instead of just existing." They sat in comfortable silence, watching their binding cord pulse with synchronized light. Rowan found himself memorizing details, the way moonlight caught the copper strands in Willow's hair, the soft sound of her breathing, the warmth of her hand in his. Tomorrow felt simultaneously too close and impossibly distant. "What happens if we fail the inspection?" Willow asked eventually. "We lose our magic permanently. The binding is severed, and any practitioner abilities are stripped away to prevent future accidental bonds. And if we pass, we're considered a registered magical couple. Annual check-ins with the DMA, but otherwise free to maintain the bond as long as we choose." "As long as we choose," she repeated thoughtfully. "That makes it sound like we could undo this later. If we wanted to." Rowan's stomach clenched at the possibility. Theoretically, yes. Registered couples can petition for bond dissolution, though it requires mutual consent and extensive evaluation. Do you want to? Undo it, I mean. Eventually. The question hit him like a physical blow, stealing breath and rational thought in equal measure. A week ago, the answer would have been immediate and unequivocal. Of course he'd want to dissolve an accidental magical bond. Of course he'd want to return to his carefully controlled, safely solitary life. Now, watching silver light dance between them like visible proof of connection, the idea of severing their bond felt like contemplating voluntary amputation. No, he said quietly. I don't want to undo this. I want to see what happens when we stop pretending this is temporary. Willow's intake of breath was sharp enough to cut crystal. Really? Really? He turned their joined hands over, marveling at how perfectly her fingers fit between his. I've spent 3 years convinced I was better alone. Safer alone. But alone never felt like home the way this week has. Even when I exploded your coffee maker? Especially then. His mouth curved in what felt like his first genuine smile in years. Do you know what I thought when you turned my kitchen into a caffeine geyser? That you'd been bonded to a magical disaster? That someone was finally brave enough to add chaos to my perfect, sterile life. He brought their joined hands to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. That maybe I'd been wrong about order and chaos being incompatible. Willow's eyes went wide and luminous. You kissed my hand. I did. That wasn't part of our practice sessions. No, it wasn't. Inspector Hartwell isn't here to see it. No, she isn't. So why? Because I wanted to. The simple truth of it settled between them like grace. Because you looked beautiful in the moonlight, and because I'm tired of pretending every gesture has to be calculated and strategic. Because sometimes magic is just wanting something and acting on it. The binding cord flared brighter, responding to his honesty with visible joy, and Willow laughed, a sound like wind chimes in summer rain. I think I'm falling in love with you, she said, the words tumbling out in a rush. Not because of the bond, or the inspection, or forced proximity. Just because you make terrible coffee but you tried to learn, and because you carry spare hair ties in case mine break, and because you look at my chaos like it's art instead of destruction. Rowan's heart performed what felt like several complicated acrobatic maneuvers before settling into a rhythm that had nothing to do with caffeine and everything to do with the woman beside him. I know I'm falling in love with you, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Because for the first time since Elena died, I'm not afraid of what my feelings might break. Because you make me want to be brave again. They were leaning toward each other without conscious decision, drawn together like complementary spells seeking harmony. Willow's free hand came up to cup his cheek, her thumb tracing the line of his cheekbone with reverent care. This is really happening, she whispered. This is real. This is real, he agreed and kissed her. It was nothing like their practiced kisses for the neighbor's benefit. Those had been performances, careful choreography designed to convince observers of affection neither of them believed they felt. This was soft and wondering, a question asked and answered in the space between heartbeats. Willow tasted like chamomile tea and starlight, and when she sighed against his mouth, Rowan felt like he was coming home after a long, cold journey. Their binding cord blazed with silver fire, bright enough to illuminate the entire room. And somewhere in the distance bubble, the bathtub made what sounded distinctly like an approving gurgle. When they finally broke apart, Willow rested her forehead against his, both of them breathing like they'd been running. Well, she said shakily, I think we can safely say our auras are in harmony. Rowan laughed, the sound surprising him with its lightness. Inspector Hartwell is going to take one look at our magical resonance, and either give us a commendation or file a complaint about excessive compatibility. Is there such a thing as excessive compatibility? If there is, we're about to set records. Willow grinned, her face luminous with joy and moonlight. I can live with that. They talked for another hour, sharing childhood memories and magical disasters, favorite books and secret fears. Willow told him about the time she'd accidentally summoned a flock of origami birds during her sister's wedding ceremony. Rowan confessed to color-coding his sock drawer and feeling genuine satisfaction when everything aligned perfectly. Gradually, though, the emotional weight of confession and the late hour caught up with them. Willow's responses grew softer, her head gradually dropping to rest against Rowan's shoulder as exhaustion won its quiet battle with conversation. Her breathing evened out into the deep rhythm of sleep, and their binding cord settled into a steady, peaceful glow. Rowan sat motionless for a long time, afraid to disturb the perfect weight of her against him. He memorized the floral scent of her hair, the way her hand had relaxed but not released his, the soft sound of her breathing in the moonlit quiet. His sterile apartment had never felt so much like home. With infinite care, he gathered her sleeping form into his arms and stood, marveling at how perfectly she fit against his chest. She murmured something contentedly in her sleep, one hand curling into his shirt, and his heart performed more acrobatics. His bedroom was dark and cool, the bed still rumpled from his earlier attempt at sleep. He settled Willow carefully among the pillows, pulling extra blankets around her shoulders and smoothing a wayward curl from her face. In sleep, she looked younger, more vulnerable, but no less fierce. Tomorrow would bring Inspector Hartwell and all the bureaucratic scrutiny the district magical authority could muster. Tomorrow, they would have to prove their connection was genuine and lasting. Tonight, though, watching Willow sleep in his bed with their binding cord painting silver patterns on the ceiling, Rowan felt certain they would have no trouble convincing anyone of their compatibility. The real challenge would be keeping their feelings contained enough not to set off every magical resonance detector in a 3-block radius. Returning to the couch, he lay down amid cushions that no longer felt quite so concrete. His body was still warm from holding her, his mind reeling with the evening's revelations and the terrifying, exhilarating reality of love. Tomorrow would determine whether they got to keep the magic that had brought them together. But lying in the dark, listening to the soft sound of Willow's breathing from the next room, and watching their binding cord pulse with contented light, Rowan already knew they'd found something worth fighting for.
Chapter 9. The morning light streaming through Rowan's kitchen window felt different somehow, warmer, more golden, as if the world itself had shifted overnight. Willow sat at his small table, stirring honey into her tea with lazy contentment, watching him measure coffee grounds with his usual precision. Even his methodical morning routine seemed charming now, each careful movement a small meditation she found unexpectedly soothing. Her phone buzzed against the table, the screen lighting up with Miranda Tea in stark black letters. The spoon clattered against the ceramic mug as Willow's hand went still. Her stomach performed an impressive acrobatic routine that would have made Olympic gymnasts weep with envy. "Everything all right?" Rowan glanced over from the coffee maker, his brows drawing together as he noticed her sudden tension. Willow stared at the phone like it might spontaneously combust if she looked away. Which, given her current magical state, wasn't entirely impossible. "It's my mother." The phone continued its relentless buzzing. Rowan's coffee preparation slowed as he sensed the shift in her magical aura, the warm contentment of moments before now crackling with stress. "Do you need to?" "No." The word came out sharper than intended. "I mean, yes. Maybe." "Oh, bloody hell." She snatched up the phone, thumb hovering over the answer button. 3 years of carefully managed distance, reduced to monthly check-ins and holiday obligations, and Miranda chose now to call. Of course she did. "Willow." Miranda's crisp, authoritative voice filled the kitchen the moment she accepted the call, as if her mother had been waiting on the other end with supernatural patience. "Darling, I've just heard the most interesting news through certain channels." Certain channels. That was Miranda speak for her extensive network of corporate contacts and social connections that somehow reached into every corner of the magical community. Willow felt her magic start to flutter anxiously under her skin. "Hello, Mother. What news would that be?" She kept her voice carefully neutral while making frantic hand gestures at Rowan, who had turned to face her fully, coffee forgotten. About your magical binding situation, of course? Really, sweetheart, I can't believe you didn't call me immediately. A romantic, magical bond. How absolutely thrilling. The bottom dropped out of Willow's world. I'm sorry, what? Don't play coy, darling. Evelyn Ashworth, you remember her daughter works in the Department of Magical Affairs Compliance Division, mentioned that there's been quite the stir about a compatibility inspection requiring couples to prove genuine romantic relationships. Naturally, when she mentioned the name Willow Frost, I put two and two together. Rowan stepped closer, his expression shifting to one of concerned focus as he watched Willow's face cycle through about 12 different shades of panic. Now, Miranda continued, her tone warming with what Willow recognized as her mother's version of excited approval, I simply must meet this young man who's captured my daughter's magical essence. It's so wonderfully romantic. And practical too. Magical compatibility is incredibly important for long-term relationship success. Mother, that's not exactly. I've already cleared my schedule for tomorrow. I thought I'd drive up and take you both to lunch somewhere proper. The Crystalline Rose has an excellent couples menu, and their aura-harmonizing wine selection is legendary. Willow's magic began to spiral with genuine panic. Small sparks danced along her fingertips as she gripped the phone tighter. Tomorrow? No, that's not. We're very busy with inspection preparations. Nonsense. A proper family introduction is essential. Besides, I can use my connections to arrange for a private inspection with someone more lenient than the usual district assessors. Corporate magical consultants carry significant influence with the DMA, you know. The sparks jumping from Willow's hands were getting brighter. Rowan moved closer, his analytical mind clearly processing the conversation, while his expression grew increasingly concerned about her magical state. I could speak with him now if that would help, Rowan offered quietly, reaching for the phone. Introduce myself properly to your mother. N.O. The word burst out with enough force to rattle the windows. Willow cleared her throat, modulating her voice to something resembling calm. That is, we're really too busy right now, Mother. Perhaps in a few weeks. Willow Frost, you are not putting me off for weeks over something this important. A magical bonding is serious business, and I won't have you handling it without proper family support and guidance. The familiar weight of Miranda's expectations settled over Willow like a lead blanket. Proper family support. Guidance. Code words for taking control of the situation and managing it according to Miranda's exacting standards. I appreciate that, but I simply cannot understand why you didn't call me immediately. This is exactly the sort of situation where my experience and connections could be invaluable. Really, darling, sometimes your stubborn independence does you no favors. Small flames erupted from Willow's fingertips, catching the edge of a kitchen towel that Rowan had left on the counter. The scent of burning cotton filled the air as sparks began shooting from her hair, leaving tiny scorch marks on the ceiling. Mother, I have to go. I'll call you back later, I promise. See that you do. And Willow? I'm proud of you for finding someone special. Don't let your fears sabotage this relationship like you did with your career at Frost & Associates. The line went dead. The kitchen towel burst into proper flames. Rowan moved with swift precision, summoning one of his wands and directing a controlled stream of water to extinguish the fire while speaking in low, steady tones. Easy, love. Deep breaths. The fire's out. But Willow's magic had thoroughly spiraled beyond her control. Sparks danced along her arms, singeing her sleeves, while tiny fires sprouted from various surfaces her chaotic energy touched. The air crackled with ozone and burnt textile. I can't, she always does this. Willow's words came in gasps as she fought to rein in the magical chaos. Rowan wrapped the dampened towel around her still sparking hands, his touch immediately grounding her scattered energy. Look at me, Willow. Just me. Not the phone, not the fires. Just breathe. His calm, analytical presence cut through her panic like a lighthouse beam through fog. Gradually, the sparks subsided, and the dangerous crackling in the air settled to manageable levels. "Your mother sounds formidable," he observed carefully, checking her hands for burns while his gray eyes studied her face with gentle concern. "That's one word for it." Willow slumped against the counter, embarrassed by both her loss of control and the complicated family dynamics she'd just exposed. She has this way of taking over, managing situations, finding problems that need her expertise to solve. And she thinks our binding is a romantic relationship that requires her involvement. She thinks everything requires her involvement if it's happening to someone she considers her responsibility. The bitterness in Willow's voice surprised even her, which, despite 3 years of carefully maintained independence, apparently still includes me. Rowan leaned against the counter beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. What did she mean about your career at Frost & Associates? The question hit like a physical blow. Willow stared down at her hands, still wrapped in the damp towel, and felt the familiar shame creep up her throat. That's her company. The family business. Magical interior design for high-end corporate clients and wealthy families. You work there? I was being groomed to take over eventually. Third-generation Frost, to run the company. She let out a hollow laugh. Except I was terrible at it. My chaotic magic didn't exactly mesh with creating elegant, controlled magical environments for important clients. What happened? The kitchen felt too small suddenly, filled with the weight of old failures and fresh anxieties. I destroyed a ballroom. Literally. The Ashworth family, yes, the same Ashworths whose daughter apparently works for the DMA now, hired us to create an enchanted ballroom for their daughter's wedding. Ceiling that would shift to mirror whatever music was playing, flowers that would bloom in harmony with the couple's emotional states, that sort of thing. Rowan's expression remained carefully neutral, encouraging her to continue without judgment. The installation was going perfectly until the final calibration. I was trying to set the emotional resonance parameters, and my magic just exploded. The ceiling enchantments went haywire, creating a magical storm that destroyed half the room and injured 2 of our installation specialists. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. One of them was hospitalized for magical burnout that took 6 months to fully heal. That's why you left. That's why I fled. Miranda spent weeks doing damage control, calling in favors, using every connection she had to keep the family reputation intact. The Ashworths didn't sue, but only because Mother practically bankrupted herself paying for repairs and medical costs. Willow's magic flickered with residual shame. She tried to convince me it was just an unfortunate accident, that we could work on control techniques, bring in specialists to help train my chaotic magic into something more manageable. But you didn't want to be managed. The understanding in his voice nearly undid her. I couldn't handle the thought of spending my life trying to force my magic into a shape that would never quite fit. And I couldn't handle the way everyone looked at me after, like I was a beautiful disaster waiting to destroy the next important thing. Rowan turned to face her fully, his hands covering hers through the damp towel. You're not a disaster, Willow. Your magic is extraordinary. Tell that to my mother when she shows up tomorrow, demanding to meet my supposed romantic partner and offering to use her corporate influence to manage our inspection. Fresh panic bubbled up in her chest. She's going to take one look at our fake relationship and know exactly what's happening. Then she'll either try to fix it with her connections or lecture me about how I'm sabotaging another opportunity for stability. So we don't let her do either of those things. Willow stared at him. You don't understand. Miranda Frost doesn't take no for an answer. She'll show up whether I want her to or not, and she'll ask exactly the right questions to expose every crack in our performance. Then we make sure there aren't any cracks to expose. Rowan's voice carried quiet determination. We've been getting better at this every day. One more day of practice, and we'll be ready for any inspection, including an impromptu family one. But what if she offers to help? What if she actually uses her connections to arrange something that would make the real inspection easier? The question that had been gnawing at her finally escaped. What if accepting her help is the smart thing to do, even if it means letting her back into my life in a way I've spent 3 years trying to avoid? Rowan was quiet for a long moment, his analytical mind clearly working through the implications. What would you want to do if the magical binding wasn't a factor? If this was just about your relationship with your mother? The answer came without hesitation. Keep my distance. Prove I can handle my own life without her intervention. She paused, considering. But that doesn't exactly seem like an option anymore. There might be a middle path. Meet with her, let her see that you're handling the situation competently, but don't accept help that comes with strings attached. You really don't know Miranda Frost. She doesn't do anything without strings. Then we'll be very careful about what strings we're willing to accept. He squeezed her hands gently. But we'll face her together. That has to count for something. Willow looked up at him, this man who'd gone from antagonistic neighbor to reluctant partner to something much more complicated in the span of a few days. The binding cord pulsed between them with steady warmth, no longer feeling like a burden but like a lifeline. She's going to interrogate you. Thoroughly. She'll want to know everything about your background, your family, your career prospects, your intentions toward her daughter. A thought occurred to her. Oh God, she's going to want to know how we met, when we fell in love, what our long-term plans are. Then we'd better get our story straight. Rowan's mouth curved in what might have been the beginning of a smile. How long do we have before she arrives? Willow glanced at her phone, where 3 missed calls and 2 text messages from Miranda were already waiting. Knowing my mother? She's probably already in the car. As if summoned by her words, the phone rang again. This time, the caller ID simply read, Mother. Round 2? Rowan asked, settling beside her with the calm focus of someone preparing for battle. Willow took a deep breath, felt her magic settle into something approaching stability, and answered the call. Darling, I've had the most wonderful idea. Miranda's voice filled the kitchen before Willow could even say hello. I'm driving up tonight instead of tomorrow. We simply must have a proper family dinner, so I can get to know this mysterious young man of yours. I've already made reservations at the Crystalline Rose for 7 o'clock. Willow met Rowan's eyes across the small kitchen, saw her own mixture of resignation and determination reflected back at her. Of course you have, she said. We'll see you at 7, Mother. The die was cast.
Chapter 10. The contents of Willow's wardrobe had achieved something that might generously be called explosive redistribution. Blouses dangled from the ceiling fan, which had apparently decided to become an unwilling participant in her fashion crisis. A pair of stockings had somehow wrapped themselves around the doorknob like a silk surrender flag, and her favorite cardigan hung from the window latch, as if attempting escape. This is hopeless. Willow yanked another sweater from its hanger, her magic sparking with anxiety, and causing the remaining clothes to shuffle themselves into what looked like a defensive formation. What does one wear to convince a woman who thinks cashmere is casual wear that your fake boyfriend is good enough for her disappointment of a daughter? The hangers began rearranging themselves again, creating what appeared to be a color-coordinated accusation. A knock at the door made her freeze mid-reach for a dress that had fled to the far corner of the closet. Willow, I have that spare shirt you mentioned. Rowan's voice carried its usual careful control, but something warmer threaded through the formality. May I come in? Only if you're prepared for textile warfare, she called back, then immediately regretted it when the door opened to reveal Rowan carrying a perfectly pressed white button-down, his hair impeccably styled despite the early hour. He stepped into her apartment and stopped, taking in the chaos with the expression of someone who'd wandered into a particularly avant-garde art installation. I see you've taken a comprehensive approach to outfit selection. My magic gets anxious, Willow muttered, grabbing a green sweater from where it had wrapped itself around the lamp. When I'm anxious, things start moving around without permission. It's very democratic chaos. Rowan set the shirt carefully on her bed, then reached up to untangle a scarf from the ceiling fan with movements that somehow managed to be both practical and graceful. "The emerald green brings out your eyes," he said quietly, then immediately cleared his throat as color crept up his neck. "I mean, it's a practical color choice. For making good impressions." Something warm unfurled in Willow's chest as she looked down at the sweater in her hands. The soft wool felt real and solid, an anchor point in her spiral of nervous energy. "You think she'll approve?" "I think," Rowan said, folding the scarf with precise movements, "that anyone who doesn't see how remarkable you are is operating with severely compromised judgment." The words hung in the air between them, more intimate than the cramped space should have allowed. Willow felt her magic settle slightly, the restless energy finding a steadier rhythm that seemed to sync with Rowan's presence. Right then, she clutched the sweater to her chest and headed for the bathroom. Operation Convince Miranda Frost her daughter isn't a complete disaster is officially underway. The bathroom mirror reflected a woman who looked like she'd been electrocuted by her own anxiety. Willow's auburn curls had apparently taken her morning panic as inspiration to achieve new heights of creative defiance, sprouting in directions that suggested they were auditioning for a role in a cautionary tale about weather magic gone wrong. "Oh, hello there, love," Bubble burbled cheerfully from the corner. "Big day for meeting the family dragon, is it?" "She's not a dragon," Willow protested, attempting to convince a particularly rebellious curl to cooperate through what could charitably be called aggressive negotiation. "She's just very focused on expectations." The bathtub's tone suggested it had opinions about the distinction. And what might these expectations include? Perfect magical control. Spotless reputation. Son-in-law who looks good in the society pages. Willow caught her own gaze in the mirror and saw the truth reflected there alongside her frustrated expression. All of the above, plus probably a 5-year plan and a portfolio of approved life choices. "Well, you could always just be yourself," Bubble suggested with the kind of innocent helpfulness that made Willow suspect the bathtub of deliberate obtuseness. "Worked out rather well with that handsome crisp-breaker, didn't it?" The memory of Rowan's soft compliment about the green sweater sent warmth through her chest, followed immediately by a fresh wave of anxiety. "That's different. Rowan has seen me at my worst and somehow still," she stopped, realizing what she'd almost said. "Still what, dear?" "Still helps me fold scarves when my magic throws tantrums," she finished, but the words felt incomplete, like she'd edited out the most important part. A gentle knock on the bathroom door interrupted her internal spiral. "Willow, I've made coffee, and I thought you might want to know that your living room has achieved a state I'd describe as cautiously optimistic rather than natural disaster." She opened the door to find Rowan standing in her kitchenette, somehow managing to look elegant despite the cramped space and her temperamental coffee maker. He changed into charcoal slacks and a navy sweater that made his gray eyes look like storm clouds, and Willow had to grip the doorframe to steady herself against the realization that her fake boyfriend was genuinely, devastatingly attractive. "You cleaned?" She surveyed the living room, where her scattered belongings had been arranged into something resembling intentional organization. "I prefer to think of it as imposing gentle suggestions on inanimate objects." Rowan handed her a mug of coffee that smelled like salvation with notes of vanilla. "Though I should mention that your Murphy bed appears to have strong opinions about being folded up. We reached a diplomatic compromise." The bed hung at a slightly defiant angle, as if it had agreed to cooperate under protest. Willow laughed despite her nerves, then caught sight of the clock on her microwave. "We need to leave in 20 minutes, she said, panic creeping back into her voice. "I still look like I've been struck by lightning, and we haven't practiced our story, and what if she asks about our first kiss? Do we have a first kiss? Should we have a first kiss?" The questions tumbled out faster than her coffee maker's most ambitious brewing cycle, and she felt her magic beginning to crackle again. The coffee in her mug started to bubble ominously. Rowan stepped closer, close enough that she could smell his cologne and see the faint worry lines around his eyes. Breathe, Willow. We'll handle whatever she asks. But what if? What if she realizes we're perfectly suited to each other? His hands settled gently on her shoulders, steadying her in a way that had nothing to do with physical balance. What if she sees that you're brilliant and kind and powerful, and that I'm extraordinarily fortunate to be bonded to you? The sincerity in his voice made her chest tight with something that felt dangerously close to real emotion. Rowan. What if, he continued, his voice dropping to something barely above a whisper, the only thing we need to pretend tonight is that we're not terrified of how real this is starting to feel. Time seemed to crystallize around them, the cramped apartment fading until there was only the warmth of his hands and the careful vulnerability in his expression. Willow felt the binding cord between them pulse with something that had nothing to do with magical compatibility, and everything to do with the way he made her feel seen rather than simply tolerated. The sharp buzz of her phone shattered the moment like a rock through glass. Willow fumbled for the device, her heart still hammering from Rowan's words. Darling, slight change of plans, Miranda's crisp voice announced without preamble. I've made reservations at Constellation for 6:30. Do try to be presentable. The line went dead, leaving Willow staring at her phone in horror. She booked Constellation. Is that significant? It's the most exclusive, magical dining establishment in the city. The kind of place where they charge you for breathing their air, and the waitstaff can detect social anxiety from 3 tables away. She sank onto her couch, suddenly exhausted. She's pulling out the big intimidation tactics. Rowan sat beside her, careful to maintain the precise distance that suggested thoughtful consideration rather than presumption. Then we'll have to be better at this fake relationship thing than she is at maternal disapproval. Is that even possible? I once spent 6 hours dismantling a curse that had taken root in a bathroom drain because the homeowner was too embarrassed to admit they'd been practicing amateur love spells, Rowan said solemnly. Trust me, I'm prepared for challenging social situations. Despite everything, Willow felt laughter bubbling up from somewhere deep in her chest. Did you just compare having dinner with my mother to cursed plumbing? I'm saying, Rowan replied with the ghost of a smile, that some problems require patience, precision, and the willingness to get your hands dirty. I happen to excel at all 3. The taxi ride to Constellation felt like traveling to her own execution, if executions involved leather seats and a driver who kept glancing nervously at the way their bonded magic made the radio stations flicker between channels. Willow's hand found Rowan's somewhere around the 3rd traffic light, her fingers threading between his with the desperate grip of someone clinging to a lifeline. Remember, she whispered as the restaurant's crystal spires came into view, we've been together for 3 months. We met when you broke the curse on my coffee maker. We're very much in love, and definitely not panicking about magical compatibility inspections. And our first kiss. Rowan's thumb traced across her knuckles, sending warmth up her arm that felt entirely too real for make-believe. Spontaneous. Romantic. Happened during that terrible rainstorm last week when you walked me home from Sage's art showing. The one where you were completely soaked and laughing about how your umbrella had turned itself inside out. Willow blinked at him. You remember that? I remember thinking you looked like someone who'd found the secret to being happy, even when everything was going wrong, he said quietly. It seemed like exactly the kind of moment that would lead to kissing someone senseless. The taxi pulled to a stop outside Constellation's imposing entrance before Willow could fully process the implications of that statement. Through the vast windows, she could see Miranda's unmistakable silhouette already seated at a prime table, her posture radiating the kind of controlled authority that could make corporate executives weep. Ready? Rowan asked, though his voice suggested he was asking himself as much as her. No, Willow admitted. But let's do this anyway. The restaurant's interior sparkled with the kind of understated opulence that whispered rather than shouted about its exclusivity. Crystal chandeliers cast light that seemed to actively flatter everyone it touched, and the soft hum of conversation mixed with the gentle clink of enchanted silverware that never grew cold. Miranda Frost sat with the kind of perfect posture that suggested diplomatic training or military service. Her auburn hair swept into a chignon so precise it could have been used as a geometric reference point. She wore deep purple robes that probably cost more than Willow's monthly rent, and her sharp green eyes tracked their approach with the focus of a predator evaluating potential threats. Willow. Miranda rose gracefully, extending one perfectly manicured hand toward Rowan while her gaze catalogued everything from his shoes to the way he carried himself. And this must be Rowan. Rowan's handshake was firm but not aggressive, his smile polite but not obsequious. Miss Frost, thank you for making time to meet with us. Oh, I always make time for my daughter's relationships. The slight pause before the last word carried the weight of careful skepticism. Please sit. I took the liberty of ordering wine. The bottle on the table bore a label that Willow recognized from her mother's business dinners, the kind of vintage that required advanced planning and left psychological debts. They settled into their seats as a server materialized with the ethereal efficiency that marked truly expensive dining establishments. So, Rowan, Miranda began once they'd been presented with menus bound in what appeared to be dragon leather, Willow has told me remarkably little about you. I find myself curious about your background. I specialize in curse breaking and magical restoration, Rowan replied smoothly. Most of my work involves helping people resolve complex magical problems that have gotten out of hand. How practical. Miranda's tone suggested that practicality ranked somewhere below interesting hobbies and slightly above communicable diseases. And your family? Your education? Willow felt her magic begin to simmer under the familiar weight of her mother's interrogation tactics, but Rowan's presence beside her created a steadying influence that kept her energy from spiraling into visible chaos. I attended Thornwick Academy, Rowan said. My family has a background in academic magical research, though I prefer hands-on problem-solving to theoretical work. Thornwick. Miranda's expression shifted slightly, acknowledging the prestige while filing away the information for later analysis. Impressive. And how exactly did you meet my daughter? The question hung in the air like a test with only one correct answer. Willow opened her mouth to recite their practice story, but Rowan's hand found hers under the table, his fingers warm and reassuring. Her coffee maker had been cursed by a particularly vindictive enchantment, he said, and something in his voice made it sound less like a cover story and more like a treasured memory. When I arrived to break the curse, she was standing in her kitchen covered in coffee grounds and arguing with the machine about its attitude problem. She was completely exasperated and absolutely beautiful, and I knew immediately that I was in trouble. The words carried enough genuine warmth that even Miranda's expression softened slightly, though her eyes remained sharp with evaluation. And you've been together since then? 3 months, Willow managed, her voice steadier than she'd expected. Though it feels like longer. Like we've been finding excuses to spend time together for years. How romantic. Miranda's tone suggested she was testing the statement for structural weaknesses. And this magical binding situation? I understand from my sources that it's put you both in rather precarious circumstances. The centerpiece, an arrangement of flowers that shifted color based on the emotional resonance of nearby conversations, began cycling rapidly through shades of orange and red as Willow's anxiety spiked. She felt her magic pushing against her control, seeking an outlet for the pressure of sitting under her mother's analytical scrutiny. The binding was unexpected, Rowan said carefully. But we're managing the compatibility inspection process. Oh, I'm sure the process is manageable enough, Miranda said with the kind of dismissive confidence that suggested she'd solved more complex problems before breakfast. I have several contacts within the DMA who could arrange for more flexible evaluation criteria. It's simply a matter of knowing which palms to grease and which regulations have convenient loopholes. The casual offer of corruption, delivered with maternal concern, made Willow's temper flare bright and hot. Around the table, wine glasses developed hairline cracks, and the enchanted silverware began to hum with nervous energy. Some things can't be bought, Willow said through gritted teeth, her chair scraping loudly against the floor as she stood abruptly. Some problems don't get solved by throwing money at them until they disappear. The restaurant's ambient conversation dimmed as nearby diners turned to stare at the source of the disturbance. Miranda's perfectly composed expression cracked slightly, revealing something that might have been genuine surprise. "Darling, I'm simply trying to help." "Help?" Willow's magic crackled visibly around her hands, creating tiny sparks that danced between her fingers like angry fireflies. "You're trying to fix something that isn't broken just because it doesn't fit your idea of how my life should look." Rowan rose smoothly beside her, his presence a calming counterpoint to her building storm. "Perhaps," he said in a voice that carried clearly without being raised, "we should continue this conversation somewhere more private." But Willow had reached the limit of her capacity for diplomatic pretense. "No, Rowan. She needs to hear this." She turned back to Miranda, who was watching the magical display with the sharp attention of someone reassessing a situation. "I know you think I'm a disaster. I know you think my magic is broken, and my choices are wrong, and everything I touch turns into some kind of catastrophe. But you're wrong." The words came out harder and brighter than she'd intended, powered by years of accumulated frustration and the liberating terror of finally speaking truth to the person whose approval she'd spent her entire life chasing and failing to earn. "I am not a problem that needs solving."
Chapter 11. Dawn crept through the basement workshop's single grimy window as Cordelia descended the narrow stairs, her heels clicking against stone with military precision. Behind her followed a woman who looked like she'd stepped from a watercolor painting, silver hair swept into an elegant twist, laugh lines crinkling around kind blue eyes, and an ornate leather briefcase that hummed with barely contained magical energy. "Meredith, dear, thank you for coming on such short notice." Cordelia gestured toward the cleared workspace where Felix had arranged 2 chairs facing each other. "I know retirement suits you, but—" "Nonsense." Meredith Ashford set her briefcase on Felix's workbench with reverent care. 40 years with the DMA taught me to spot genuine magical bonds from fabricated ones. If these young people truly belong together, they deserve every advantage." Her fingers traced the briefcase's brass clasps. "And if they don't? Well, better they learn that now than during Vivian Hartwell's inspection." Upstairs in apartment 3B, Willow stood before her bathroom mirror, attempting to tame her rebellious curls into something resembling respectability. Each brushstroke seemed to add volume rather than control, as if her hair was absorbing her nervous energy and translating it into pure chaos. "You're being ridiculous," she told her reflection, then immediately contradicted herself by applying lip balm for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. "It's just practice. A friendly run-through. Absolutely nothing to panic about." Bubble gurgled sympathetically from the corner. "Deep breaths, love. Remember what happened last time you worked yourself into a proper state before something magical?" The memory of yesterday's kitchen fire made Willow wince. She'd barely managed to explain the scorch marks to her landlady. "Right. Calm. Serene. Like a peaceful pond. More like a peaceful puddle just now, I'd say." A knock at the door sent her heart rate spiking again. Rowan stood in the hallway looking impeccably put together despite the early hour, his dark hair still slightly damp from the shower and his button-down shirt pressed to crisp perfection. Even his magical anxiety was neat. Instead of Willow's scattered energy making random objects levitate, his control manifested as perfectly straight lines appearing in the air before dissolving. "Ready for this?" His voice carried the same forced steadiness she'd been practicing in the mirror. "Absolutely. Completely ready. Never been readier." She grabbed her small pouch of chaos crystals from the kitchen counter, then immediately set it back down. "Actually, should I bring these? Or would that look too chaotic?" "Willow." He caught her hand before she could pick up the pouch for a 4th time. "Bring them. They're part of who you are." The warmth of his fingers around hers sent that familiar tingle of magic up her arm, and she watched in fascination as the silver cord connecting their auras brightened in response. During daylight hours, it was nearly invisible, but in moments of contact, it shimmered like moonlight on water. You're right. She tucked the crystal pouch into her cardigan pocket. Besides, if we're going to fail spectacularly, we might as well do it with style. The basement workshop had been transformed. Meredith had arranged her testing equipment with the precision of a surgeon. Crystalline orbs no larger than apples floated at measured intervals around the space, each one humming at a slightly different pitch to create an oddly soothing harmonic chord. Cables of pure light connected them to a main console that looked like a cross between a harp and an astrolabe. Ah, the famous couple. Meredith's eyes twinkled as they descended the stairs. I can see your binding cord from here. Quite beautiful, actually. Most accidentally bonded pairs showed jagged connections, all sharp angles and forced attachment points. Yours has lovely organic curves. Willow felt heat rise in her cheeks. Having their magical connection examined felt almost as intimate as someone critiquing their kissing technique. The first test measures basic aura compatibility. Meredith gestured toward the floating orbs, which began to glow with soft inner light. Stand facing each other, hands clasped, and let your magic find its natural rhythm together. Don't try to force anything, the crystals will detect artifice immediately. They moved to the center of the circle, with the awkward formality of dance partners at their first lesson. Rowan's hands were warm and slightly trembling as he took hers, his gray eyes fixed on her face with scientific intensity. Just be natural, Willow whispered. Right. Natural. How hard could that be? His mouth quirked in what might have been a smile if it hadn't looked so strained. The crystal orbs began their rotation, circling them like curious pets. Willow could feel their gentle probing against her magical defenses, not invasive, but thoroughly investigative. She tried to relax into the sensation, to let her magic flow freely, but awareness of being observed made her shoulders tense. Beside her, Rowan's breathing had gone carefully controlled, each inhale and exhale measured for maximum efficiency. His magic, usually so precisely channeled, felt brittle with contained anxiety. The crystal's harmonic humming shifted to a discordant whine. Meredith frowned at her console. Your individual magical signatures are quite powerful, but they're not blending at all. It's as if you're both trying so hard not to make mistakes that you've forgotten how to simply exist together. The crystals wobbled in their rotation, their glow dimming to a sickly yellow. Could you tell me about your relationship timeline? Meredith's tone remained gentle, but Willow caught the sharp attention behind her kind eyes. How did you first realize you developed feelings for each other? They exchanged a quick glance. This was one of their practiced answers, rehearsed over coffee that morning, until it sounded natural. It was gradual, Willow began, then stumbled as she realized she'd suddenly forgotten their planned response. I noticed. The binding accident made us reassess our initial antagonism, Rowan supplied with the mechanical precision of someone reciting a memorized speech. Upon closer examination, we discovered that our supposed irritation was actually displaced attraction. Meredith's eyebrows rose nearly to her hairline. Upon closer examination? Good heavens, young man, you sound like you're describing a scientific experiment rather than falling in love. The crystal's whining grew louder, and one of them actually shuddered to a complete stop, clattering to the floor like a broken ornament. Perhaps we should try the synchronized spellcasting, Meredith suggested diplomatically. Sometimes couples find their rhythm more easily when focused on a shared magical goal. She handed Willow a simple brass ring and gave Rowan an identical one. Create a joint enchantment. Nothing elaborate, perhaps a basic protection ward or a light charm. The crystals will measure how well your magical approaches complement each other. Willow closed her eyes, feeling for that familiar wellspring of chaotic energy that lived somewhere between her heart and her solar plexus. But instead of its usual warm chaos, she found only nervous static. Beside her, she could sense Rowan's magic coiled tight as a spring, all precision with no flexibility. A light charm, she murmured, focusing on the brass ring in her palm. Agreed. On three, Rowan said. 1, 2. Their magic clashed like cymbals. Willow's wild energy crashed into Rowan's rigid control with enough force to send sparks cascading across the workshop walls. The brass rings grew scorching hot in their hands before clattering to the floor, and Felix's carefully organized herb shelves rattled ominously. Well, Meredith said mildly, waving away smoke with her hand. That was dramatic. Cordelia stepped forward from her corner observation post, her expression unreadable. Perhaps a brief recess? But Meredith held up a gentle hand. No, I think I see the problem. She approached them with the careful movements of someone approaching spooked horses. My dears, you're both trying so desperately to perform magic correctly that you've forgotten the first rule of bonded casting: trust. She gestured to the scorched walls. Your individual magical signatures are immensely powerful. Willow, your chaos magic has more raw energy than I've seen in decades. Rowan, your precision work rivals master-level practitioners. But you're both holding back, trying to protect each other from your own magical nature. The words hit Willow like cold water. She had been holding back, terrified that her unpredictable magic would somehow damage Rowan's careful control. And from the startled recognition in his eyes, he'd been doing exactly the same thing. Magical bonds can't be forced, Meredith continued softly. They also can't be faked. The crystals don't measure your ability to look compatible. They measure the actual resonance between your souls. And souls that are hiding from each other don't resonate. She gestured toward the fallen crystal orb. Authentic magical connections create harmony. Everything else creates discord. Willow looked at Rowan, really looked, not through the lens of performance anxiety or practiced responses. His hair was disheveled from magical feedback, his wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew, and there was a small scorch mark on his usually pristine shirt. He looked as rattled and human as she'd ever seen him. And he was still here. Still willing to face magical inspections, and family dinners, and whatever other chaos came their way, just to keep her from losing her magic. Can we try again? She asked quietly. This time, when they clasped hands in the center of the crystal circle, Willow didn't think about performing or impressing anyone. She thought about Rowan's careful attention when she explained her magical theories, the way he unconsciously made sure she ate when she was too focused on spell work to remember, how he'd face down her terrifying mother without flinching. She let her magic flow freely, not the careful trickle she'd been allowing, but the full chaotic river of energy that was her truest self. And instead of trying to contain or control it, she simply offered it. Rowan's magic rose to meet hers like a dance partner finding the rhythm. His precision didn't fight her chaos, it created structure for it to flow through, channels that let her wild energy become focused without losing its essential nature. And in return, her warmth melted the rigid edges of his control, adding flexibility and intuition to his careful technique. The crystal orbs resumed their rotation with renewed purpose, their humming shifting to something that sounded almost like a lullaby. Golden light began swirling around Willow and Rowan, not the harsh glare of clashing magic, but something soft and warm as honey. Willow felt their individual magical signatures blending into something entirely new, something that belonged completely to both of them. The binding cord between their auras brightened to match the golden light, and everywhere their combined magic touched, tiny flowers bloomed, Felix's workshop filling with the scent of jasmine and wild roses. But it was more than just magic. Standing in the circle of Rowan's arms, feeling his consciousness brush against hers with infinite gentleness, Willow realized with crystal clarity that this was what she'd been afraid to name. Not magical compatibility. Love. Real, terrifying, utterly genuine love. The power flowing between them surged in response to her recognition, and suddenly the entire workshop was filled with dancing butterflies made of pure light, creatures of impossible beauty that spiraled around them before dissolving into sparkles that settled on every surface like magical snow. Oh my! Meredith's voice held wonder. Oh, my dear children! The crystal orbs were now glowing so brightly the basement looked like it contained a constellation, each one chiming in perfect harmony. Meredith's console registered readings that made her shake her head in amazement. "I've never seen anything quite like this," she admitted, checking her instruments. "Your magical compatibility ratings are off the charts, stronger than couples who've been naturally bonded for decades." Willow felt warmth bloom in her chest, but it was tempered by the serious expression on Meredith's face. "However," the older woman continued gently, "while your magical connection is undeniably authentic, I'm still detecting significant emotional barriers. You're both holding back parts of yourselves, protecting secrets that create weak points in your overall resonance." The golden light around them flickered, responding to Willow's sudden spike of anxiety. Beside her, Rowan's shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. During the official inspection, Vivian Hartwell will use specific techniques designed to detect exactly this kind of emotional dishonesty, Meredith explained, beginning to pack her equipment. "She's quite skilled at finding the hidden fears and unspoken truths that couples try to bury." Many perfectly compatible people fail the inspection not because of magical incompatibility, but because they haven't learned to be completely vulnerable with each other. As the crystal orbs dimmed and settled back into their case, the magical butterflies faded to memory. But Willow could still feel the echo of that perfect connection, the sense of two souls recognizing each other across all pretense and protection. "Thank you, Meredith." Cordelia stepped forward to help secure the testing equipment. "This has been illuminating." "Indeed." Meredith snapped her briefcase closed with finality. "You have 2 days until the official inspection. I'd suggest using them to have whatever conversations you've been avoiding." She paused at the foot of the stairs, turning back with motherly concern. "Your magical bond is real and beautiful, and strong enough to weather any storm. But magical bonds deepen when partners are completely honest with each other. Half-truths and guarded hearts create exactly the kind of weak points that experienced assessors like Vivian Hartwell can exploit." After Meredith and Cordelia had gone, Willow and Rowan remained in the workshop, ostensibly helping Felix reorganize his displaced herb jars, but mostly avoiding each other's eyes. The space still hummed faintly with residual magic from their successful connection, and tiny sparkles of light occasionally drifted down from the ceiling like very slow snow. "Well," Willow said finally, setting down a jar of dried lavender. "That was revealing," Rowan finished quietly. They'd proven they could pass the magical compatibility portion of the inspection with flying colors. But they'd also confirmed what Willow had been trying not to acknowledge, that their connection had grown far beyond the boundaries of their fake relationship, into territory neither of them had agreed to explore. Walking back upstairs together, Willow caught sight of their reflection in the hallway mirror. They looked like a real couple, comfortable in each other's space, moving with unconscious synchronization, the silver cord of their binding visible as the faintest shimmer between them. But real couples didn't have expiration dates built into their relationships. Real couples were allowed to fall in love without the constant awareness that everything would end the moment the inspection was over. "Willow," Rowan said as they reached her apartment door, his voice carefully neutral. "About what Meredith said regarding emotional honesty. I know." She turned her key with hands that only trembled slightly. "Complete vulnerability. No secrets. Easy enough, right?" The look he gave her was equal parts longing and terror, and Willow realized with sinking certainty that they were both harboring exactly the kind of secret that could destroy everything. The secret that they weren't faking it anymore.
Chapter 12. Willow jolted awake at 5 in the morning to the acrid smell of burning cotton. Tiny lightning bolts crackled between her fingertips, leaving charred holes in Rowan's cream-colored pillowcase. The anxiety that had been building all week now manifested as uncontrolled electrical discharge, making her hands look like she was clutching miniature storm clouds. Rowan's side of the bed was already empty, sheets cool to the touch. She could hear him moving around the kitchen with his usual precise morning routine, but even from here she could sense his tension through their bond, a tight, controlled knot of worry that made her stomach clench. Tomorrow. The real inspection was tomorrow. Another spark jumped from her thumb to the brass bed frame, leaving a black scorch mark. She pressed her palms flat against her thighs, trying to ground the chaotic energy, but it only made her legs tingle with dangerous warmth. The smell of chamomile drifted from the kitchen, and she followed it like a lifeline. Rowan stood at the counter in his pajama pants and t-shirt, methodically measuring tea leaves with silver spoons that gleamed in the early morning light filtering through her windows. His hair stuck up at odd angles, making him look younger and more vulnerable than his usual buttoned-up self. "Morning," she managed, keeping her hands carefully at her sides. He glanced up, and she caught the flicker of concern in his gray eyes as he took in her wild hair and the faint electrical shimmer still dancing around her fingers. "Rough night." "You could say that." She reached for her favorite mug, the one shaped like a tiny cauldron, just as another spark leapt from her index finger. The ceramic handle began to soften and warp under the magical heat, drooping like melted chocolate. Rowan's measuring spoons clattered to the counter as they suddenly liquefied, silver pooling across the granite surface. His own coffee mug twisted into an impossible spiral, completely unusable. "Sorry," Willow whispered, staring at the destruction. "I can't seem to." "It's fine." But his voice was tight with the effort of staying calm. He grabbed a mason jar from her cabinet and poured the tea into it instead. "Just stress. It happens to everyone." Except it didn't happen to him. Rowan's magic never lashed out uncontrolled, never destroyed things he cared about. Even now, as anxiety radiated through their bond, his movements remained precise and deliberate. She accepted the mason jar gratefully, wrapping her hands around the glass. At least glass didn't melt quite as easily as ceramic. "We should practice the synchronization spell again. Make sure we can do it perfectly for Hartwell." "Good idea." Rowan retrieved his wand case from the living room, while she gathered her chaos crystals from the windowsill. The tumbled stones felt hot against her palm, pulsing with agitated energy. They stood in the center of her small living room, the same space where they'd first attempted this spell and created that beautiful golden display. But now, with the weight of tomorrow pressing down on them, everything felt different. Willow held out her largest crystal. A chunk of smoky quartz shot through with natural fractures that caught the light. "Ready?" Rowan nodded, raising his primary wand. The silver handle gleamed, perfectly straight and unmarked after years of careful use. She reached for her magic, trying to find that flowing, intuitive space where chaos became creation. But anxiety had wrapped around her core like barbed wire, making everything sharp and unstable. The crystal began to smoke in her palm. "Junie, you need to?" "I know." The words came out harsher than she intended, and the crystal cracked down the middle with a sharp pop. Both halves tumbled to the floor, now completely useless. Sparks shot across the room like tiny fireworks, leaving scorch marks on her cream-colored walls, the walls she'd painted to match Rowan's aesthetic to make him more comfortable here. One spark landed on her bookshelf, singeing the spine of her grandmother's spell journal. She lunged forward to pat out the small flame, but Rowan was already there, smothering it with a dish towel and his characteristic quick thinking. When he lifted the towel, a black mark marred the leather binding of the book that had taught her everything about chaos magic. "I'm sorry," she gasped. "I didn't mean to. It's just all building up and I can't make it stop." Another surge of uncontrolled energy burst from her fingertips, this time arcing across the room toward Rowan's most precious possession, the velvet-lined case that held his mentor's wands. The magical lightning struck the polished wood surface, leaving a jagged burn mark right across the brass nameplate that read, "Professor Edmund Blackfrost." Rowan went completely still. He stared at the damaged case for a long moment, his face carefully blank, but she could feel the sharp spike of pain through their bond. That case was one of the few things he had left of the man who'd taught him everything about precision magic, who'd believed in him when no one else would. "Rowan, You're being careless." His voice was quiet, controlled, but she heard the hurt underneath. "You're being careless with things that matter to other people, Willow. Some of us can't just replace everything with chaos magic and call it fixed." The words hit her like a physical blow. "That's not what I didn't do it on purpose." "Didn't you?" He turned to face her fully, his gray eyes stormy behind his glasses. Or are you just so used to your magic being destructive that you don't even try to control it anymore? That's not fair. Heat rose in her chest, mixing with the electrical energy until her whole body hummed dangerously. I never asked for any of this. I didn't ask to be bound to someone who thinks my magic is a disaster waiting to happen, or to have to prove myself to people who will never think I'm good enough. Nobody asked for this, Rowan shot back, his own composure finally cracking. But some of us are trying to make the best of it, instead of just what? Being myself. Willow's magic flared brighter, sending shadows dancing across the walls. Sorry I can't be as perfect as you want me to be, Rowan. Sorry my magic isn't neat and controlled and predictable. This isn't about your magic being different. It's about you running away whenever things get difficult. His hands clenched at his sides. You did it with your family, you're doing it now. The moment something requires actual effort or commitment, you just give up and blame everyone else for not understanding you. The accusation landed like a slap. I don't run away. Don't you? When your magic caused problems at your mother's firm, did you stay and work through it? When we started getting closer this week, did you let yourself be vulnerable, or did you immediately assume I was judging you? His voice rose with each word. And now, when tomorrow actually matters, you're already planning your exit strategy. That's not, but the words died in her throat because he wasn't entirely wrong. She had run from her family's business. She had assumed the worst about his feelings. And right now, part of her was desperately looking for a way out of this whole impossible situation. You want to know the truth? The words tore out of her like they were lined with glass. I'm terrified that tomorrow they'll look at us and see exactly what we are, a mistake that should never have happened. And I'll drag you down with me when I fail, just like I drag everyone down eventually. Rowan's expression shifted, surprise replacing anger, but she was already moving toward the door. She couldn't stay here, surrounded by the evidence of her magical failures, feeling his disappointment echo through their bond. Where are you going? To fix this. She grabbed her jacket from the hook by the door. I'll tell Inspector Hartwell that I forced the binding on you somehow. That you were innocent, and I manipulated the magic. You'll keep your abilities, and I'll finally stop pretending I deserve mine. Willow, stop. There was something desperate in his voice now. You can't just watch me. Her hand closed around the doorknob, cool metal grounding her for just a moment. I'm good at running away, remember? Might as well do what I do best. The moment her fingers turned the knob, their silver binding cord, usually a gentle, barely visible shimmer, flared with searing white light. Pain exploded through her chest like someone had driven a lightning rod straight through her heart. She screamed, her hand flying away from the door, as the magical backlash sent her stumbling backward. Rowan cried out at the same time, dropping to his knees as the same agonizing energy coursed through him. The cord between them pulsed and writhed like a live wire, growing brighter with each second, until she had to squeeze her eyes shut against the glare. What's happening? She gasped, pressing both hands to her chest where the binding point felt like it was tearing apart from the inside. The magic, Rowan could barely speak through the pain. We're too connected now. Trying to separate, it's fighting back. The realization hit her with cold, terrible clarity. Over the past week, their magical bond had grown deeper, more intricate. What had started as an accidental linking had become something profound and complex. Two magical signatures so intertwined that forcibly pulling them apart might shred both their abilities beyond repair. You mean we can't? If you leave now like this, we could both lose everything. He was still on his knees, one hand braced against the floor, the other clutched over his heart. Not just our magic. The binding might take pieces of who we are. The cord was still flaring between them, painful and beautiful and utterly inescapable. Willow slumped against the door, tears streaming down her face as the full weight of their situation crashed over her. They weren't just bound together for the inspection anymore. They were bound together, period. Two magical signatures that had grown so close, so interdependent, that separation meant destruction. I can't do this, she sobbed. I can't be responsible for ruining your life, too. Junie. Rowan's voice was rough with pain and something else, something that might have been understanding. You're not ruining anything. Yes, I am. She looked at him through her tears, this brilliant, careful man who'd been forced into her chaotic orbit. Look around, Rowan. Look at what I've done to your things, to your space, to your perfectly ordered life. And tomorrow, they're going to take one look at us and know that I'm not good enough for someone like you. The binding cord pulsed again, but gentler now, like a heartbeat instead of lightning. Rowan slowly pushed himself up from the floor, moving carefully toward where she huddled against the door. Someone like me. He sank down beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. You mean someone so afraid of making mistakes that he hasn't let himself care about another person in 3 years? Someone so obsessed with control that he nearly let the best thing in his life walk out the door, rather than admit he's terrified too? She looked up at him, startled by the raw honesty in his voice. I'm scared, Willow. I'm scared that tomorrow they'll see through all my precision and control to the truth, that I'm just a man whose most powerful magic happens when he's with you. That everything I thought I knew about strength and independence was wrong. He reached out slowly, carefully, and brushed a tear from her cheek. I'm scared that somehow I've fallen in love with you, and I have no idea how to do that without breaking everything. The words hung between them like a spell neither had meant to cast. Willow stared at him, her heart hammering against her ribs. You love me? Her voice came out small and wondering. I think I loved you from the moment you turned my perfectly measured coffee into abstract art, Rowan said softly. I've just been too afraid to admit it. The binding cord between them settled into a warm, steady glow. Not the harsh flare of pain, but something golden and gentle and right. For the first time all morning, Willow's magic stopped crackling chaotically around her fingers. We're really stuck with each other, aren't we? She whispered. Thoroughly stuck. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The question is, what do we do about tomorrow? Willow leaned into his shoulder, breathing in his familiar scent of Earl Grey and precision magic. The scorched walls, the melted spoons, the damaged wand case, all of it suddenly seemed less important than the warm weight of him beside her and the steady pulse of their shared magic. I guess we stop pretending this is fake, she said quietly. And hope that's enough.
Chapter 13. The knock came at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. 3 sharp raps that made Willow's stomach lurch and sent sparks shooting from her fingertips into the coffee mug she'd been gripping like a lifeline. Rowan straightened his already perfect tie and moved toward the door with the measured steps of a man walking to his execution. Remember, he murmured, his hand hovering over the doorknob, we've been together for 3 months. We're planning to move to a larger apartment next spring. I proposed with your grandmother's ring. Willow nodded, though her throat felt too tight to speak. The golden cord between them pulsed with nervous energy, and she could feel his anxiety mixing with her own until she couldn't tell where her panic ended and his began. Inspector Vivian Hartwell swept into the apartment like a bureaucratic storm, her silver DMA badge catching the morning light as she surveyed their living space with calculating eyes. Everything about her screamed efficiency, from her severe gray suit to the way she set her official briefcase on Rowan's coffee table with mechanical precision. Miss Frost? Mr. Ravenshollow. Her voice carried the flat authority of someone who had conducted this inspection hundreds of times before. I trust you're prepared for a thorough evaluation of your magical and romantic compatibility. The briefcase opened with a soft click, revealing an array of detection equipment that hummed with analytical energy. Crystals arranged in perfect geometric patterns, silver wands that gleamed with standardized enchantments, and a clipboard thick with evaluation forms that seemed to judge them before the first question was even asked. Willow's chaos crystals immediately began vibrating in response to the foreign magic, their wild energy creating a discordant symphony against the inspector's precise instruments. From the bathroom came Bubbles' cheerful voice, "Ooh, official visitors. Should I put on my best, Bubbles?" "Ignore him," Willow said quickly, heat flooding her cheeks. The bathtub's a bit chatty." Hartwell made a note. Willow decided she already hated that clipboard. Let's begin with your relationship timeline. The inspector consulted her forms with the intensity of an interrogator. How exactly did your romantic attachment develop? Willow launched into their rehearsed story, her voice sounding wooden even to her own ears. We were neighbors for about 6 months before we really started talking. Rowan helped me repair some spell damage in my apartment, and we discovered we had complementary magical styles. I was initially concerned about the chaos magic, Rowan added, his tone carefully measured. But I came to appreciate how Willow's intuitive approach enhanced my own work. The words were true, but they felt hollow without the emotional weight behind them. Hartwell's sharp green eyes missed nothing, and her pen scratched against paper with the sound of judgment being rendered. I see. And when did this appreciation become romantic in nature? They exchanged glances, both thinking of last night's confession, of the desperate honesty that had finally broken through their walls. But they couldn't tell Hartwell about that. Their official relationship needed to predate the inspection notice. About 3 months ago, Willow said. There was this moment when we were working on a particularly difficult spell together, and I realized I trusted him completely. That part at least was true. Rowan's eyes softened almost imperceptibly, and she felt his surprise through their connection. Even in the midst of this performance, she'd chosen honesty about her feelings. Fascinating. Hartwell's tone suggested she found it anything but. Now, let's examine your magical synchronization. Please take these wands. The standardized assessment tools felt wrong in Willow's hands, their silver handles cold and unresponsive to her chaotic energy. She'd always worked best with her tumbled crystals, with tools that embraced imperfection rather than demanding mathematical precision. Cast a simple levitation spell together, Hartwell instructed. The wands will measure your harmonic resonance. Willow tried to match Rowan's careful technique, forcing her magic into the narrow channels the standard wand required. Their combined energy lifted a book from the table, adequate, functional, but utterly lacking the brilliant displays they'd created when working with their own tools and authentic emotions. The wands registered pale blue light. Functional compatibility, nothing more. Hartwell made another note, her frown deepening. Your resonance is adequate, though I've seen much stronger connections between genuinely bonded pairs. The questions continued, each one feeling like a small trap. What were their career plans? How did they handle disagreements? What role would magic play in their future together? Willow's working to develop her chaos magic applications, Rowan answered, and the pride in his voice wasn't feigned at all. She has insights about magical theory that could revolutionize how we understand intuitive casting. And Rowan helps me see that structure doesn't have to limit creativity, Willow added. He's teaching me that I can be powerful and controlled at the same time. For a moment their golden cord flared with shared warmth. These truths mattered more than any script they'd memorized. But Hartwell remained unmoved. I'd like to conduct the aura resonance test now. Please step into the circle. Detection crystals arranged themselves around Willow and Rowan in a perfect hexagon, their faceted surfaces beginning to glow as they measured the authenticity of the emotional bond between them. This was the test that couldn't be faked. The crystals would reveal whether their connection was genuine or performed. Willow closed her eyes and tried to feel love rather than terror. Beside her, Rowan's breathing was carefully controlled, but she could sense his own anxiety through their bond. The crystals began to emit pale yellow light. Compatibility, yes, but not the deep golden glow that marked true magical soulmates. Not enough. They'd passed the minimum threshold, but barely. Interesting, Hartwell murmured, making more notes. The resonance suggests genuine affection, but it lacks the depth typically seen in magically bonded couples. Tell me, Ms. Frost, what do you love most about Mr. Ravenshollow? The question caught her off guard. They'd prepared for practical inquiries, not emotional excavation. Willow opened her mouth to recite something about his reliability or magical skill, but different words emerged instead. He makes me feel worthy, she said quietly. For my whole life, everyone told me my magic was broken, that I needed to fix myself to be valuable. But Rowan sees my chaos and calls it beautiful. He doesn't try to change me, he helps me understand that I was never broken in the first place. The admission hung in the air between them. Rowan turned to stare at her, his carefully maintained composure cracking to reveal something raw and wondering. "And you, Mr. Ravenshollow?" Hartwell's voice had lost some of its bureaucratic edge. "What draws you to Miss Frost?" Rowan was quiet for so long that Willow worried he couldn't find an acceptable answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with suppressed emotion. "She makes me brave," he said. "I spent so many years believing that perfect control was the only thing keeping me safe, that any deviation from my plans would lead to disaster. But Willow, she throws herself into life with such joy, such trust in her own abilities to handle whatever comes. She's taught me that control isn't about perfection, it's about finding balance with someone who complements your weaknesses." The golden cord between them pulsed with brilliant light, and several of Hartwell's detection crystals chimed in harmonic response. The inspector looked up from her notes, studying them with new interest. "I'd like to speak with each of you separately," she said. "Standard procedure for bonding evaluations." Rowan was called first, leaving Willow alone with the inspector's calculating gaze. Without his steady presence beside her, the apartment felt too small and too large at once. "You're nervous," Hartwell observed. "Wouldn't you be? Our entire magical future depends on convincing you we're in love." "Are you? In love?" The directness of the question stole Willow's breath. She thought of Rowan's confession last night, of the way he'd looked at her when she'd admitted her own feelings, of the golden cord that bound them together growing stronger every day. "Yes," she whispered. "I am." "Then why do you seem so afraid of me discovering it?" Willow blinked at her. "I what?" Genuine couples are eager to share their connection during these evaluations. They can't help but glow when they talk about each other. But you've been performing love rather than expressing it. Hartwell leaned forward slightly. "Until those last few moments, when you forgot to pretend." Heat flooded Willow's cheeks. Had they been that obvious? When Rowan returned, his hair was slightly disheveled, always a sign that he'd been running his hands through it, and Hartwell called Willow for her individual interview. "Your partner seems quite devoted to you," the inspector said once they were alone in Rowan's precisely organized bedroom. "He spoke about your magical collaboration with remarkable insight for someone who supposedly specializes in control-based casting. He's more adaptable than people give him credit for. He also seemed surprised when I asked about his favorite memory with you. As if he'd never actually considered the question before." Willow's stomach dropped. Of course, Rowan wouldn't have a prepared answer. Their entire relationship was too new for favorite memories, too raw and unprocessed for neat romantic anecdotes. We're not the type of couple who analyzes everything," she said weakly. "No, I imagine you're not." Hartwell studied her with those sharp eyes. "Ms. Frost, I've been conducting these evaluations for 15 years. I can usually identify performed relationships within the first 10 minutes. This was it. They'd failed, and now they'd lose everything, their magic, their bond, their chance at something real." But Hartwell continued, "However, I can also recognize when two people are surprised by the depth of their own feelings. Your connection may be recent, but it's genuine. The question is whether it can withstand what comes next." When they returned to the living room, Hartwell had arranged her most complex detection equipment on the coffee table. Crystals hummed with energy, and silver instruments traced intricate patterns in the air. "Your final test," she announced, "requires absolute emotional honesty. This harmony spell will only respond to authentic connection. It cannot be performed or forced. If your bond is genuine, you'll be able to complete it. If not..." She shrugged. "Well, we'll have our answer." Willow's hands trembled as she reached for the specialized focus crystals Hartwell provided. This was the moment that would determine their magical future, and she had no idea how to summon love on command for bureaucratic evaluation. Rowan stepped closer, his shoulder brushing hers as he took his own crystal. Through their golden cord, she felt his fear mixing with something deeper, a steady warmth that had been growing between them for days. "Stop thinking about the spell," he murmured, echoing her own words from their practice sessions. "Just think about us." She looked up into his steel-gray eyes and saw her own wonder reflected there. When had this stopped being about survival and started being about choice? When had she stopped pretending to love him and started simply loving him? "Ready?" Hartwell asked. Instead of answering, Willow reached for Rowan's free hand. Their fingers intertwined and she let herself feel everything: gratitude for his patience, amazement at his kindness, hope for their impossible future, and yes, love so new and fragile she'd barely admitted it to herself. Their magic erupted from the crystals in a spectacular display of harmonized chaos and precision. Golden light spiraled through geometric patterns while flowers bloomed spontaneously from the floorboards, their petals falling in mathematical sequences that somehow felt wild and free. The very air shimmered with possibility as their combined energy painted aurora across the ceiling of the small apartment. Even Hartwell stepped back, her professional composure cracking into something like wonder. In 15 years of conducting compatibility evaluations, she'd never witnessed such a perfect integration of opposing magical styles. The light faded slowly, leaving phosphorescent traces on their skin and flowers scattered across Rowan's normally pristine floor. Willow and Rowan stood at the center of the magical aftermath, still holding hands, both breathing hard from the intensity of what they'd created together. "Well," Hartwell said after a long moment, "that was definitive." She signed their compatibility forms with quick, efficient strokes, stamping each page with official seals that would protect their magical abilities permanently. But when she closed her briefcase, her expression was thoughtful rather than satisfied. "You should know," she said, "that many relationships born from accidental bindings struggle once the external pressure is removed. It's easy to mistake shared crisis for genuine compatibility." Her eyes moved between them, sharp and assessing. "The question you'll both need to answer is whether you can love each other without magic forcing you together." The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving them alone in the flower-strewn apartment. They'd passed. Their magic was safe, their bond officially recognized. But Hartwell's warning hung in the air between them like an unresolved chord. "So," Rowan said quietly, still holding her hand, "what happens now?" Willow looked around at his apartment, their apartment for this week, taking in the chaos they'd created together. Flower petals covered his coffee table, golden light still traced faint patterns on the walls, and through the bathroom door, Bubble was singing a congratulatory song about love conquering bureaucracy. "Now," she said, squeezing his fingers, "we figure out if we can be real without someone forcing us to pretend." The golden cord between them pulsed with steady, warm light, not the desperate flare of crisis or performance, but something deeper. Something that might, with nurturing and time, grow into the kind of love that chose itself rather than being chosen by magical accident. It was terrifying and wonderful and completely uncertain. Exactly the kind of beautiful disaster Willow was learning to embrace.
Chapter 14. The absence of warmth beside him felt like stepping into winter. Rowan blinked at the pale morning light filtering through his bedroom blinds, his bedroom where he'd slept alone for the first time in a week. The silence pressed against his ears, broken only by the soft sounds of Willow moving around in what used to be his living room, but had somehow become their shared space. He found the official DMA compatibility certificate on his nightstand, the magical seal still glowing faintly blue to indicate its authenticity. Successful magical bond confirmation, in Hartwell's precise handwriting. They'd done it. They were free to maintain their powers, free from the threat of magical severance, free to what, exactly? The question had haunted him through the restless hours between midnight and dawn. What came after the crisis? What happened when you no longer needed to prove love, but had to decide whether you wanted to live it? Muffled voices drifted from the kitchen. Willow talking to Bubble, who'd apparently followed her from 3B, along with the self-stirring cauldron and half her magical supplies. The bathtub's cheerful commentary on breakfast preparations would have annoyed him senseless a week ago. Now the sound felt like home. That realization terrified him more than any curse-breaking job ever had. Rowan pulled on yesterday's shirt and padded barefoot to the kitchen, where Willow stood at his counter wearing one of his button-downs over her pajama shorts, her wild curls caught in the morning light. She glanced up from scrambling eggs with nervous brightness. "Morning. I hope you don't mind, I borrowed your shirt. My clean clothes are still in the laundry pile, and I thought we should probably, discuss arrangements." Her voice carried careful formality, and she wouldn't quite meet his eyes. Of course. He reached around her for the coffee pot, hyper-aware of the space between them that neither closed nor acknowledged. "What sort of arrangements?" "Well." She gestured vaguely with the spatula, sending a small spark of gold magic dancing across the eggs. "The inspection's over. The bond is officially recognized. I suppose I should move back to 3B, properly. Unless you think I should stay a few more days. I don't want to impose now that we're not required to." "You're not imposing." The words came out sharper than intended. Willow's hand stilled on the pan handle, and for a moment the only sound was the quiet sizzle of breakfast and Bubble humming contentedly from the bathroom. "I mean," Rowan tried again, "there's no rush. Whatever feels comfortable." Comfortable. What a perfectly inadequate word for the tangle of want and uncertainty that made his chest tight every time he looked at her. Willow nodded, still focused on the eggs. "Right. Comfortable. Because we should probably figure out how we want to." She trailed off, frustration flickering across her features. "This is ridiculous. Yesterday, I could tell you exactly how I felt about everything, and now I can barely form a sentence. Yesterday, we were performing for Hartwell. Is that what you think we were doing?" The question held a dangerous edge. Rowan set down his coffee mug with deliberate care. "No. But yesterday, we had external pressure forcing honesty. Today, we have to choose it." Before Willow could respond, 3 sharp knocks echoed through the apartment. Not the friendly rap of Felix or Sage, not Cordelia's authoritative summons. This was the sound of someone accustomed to having doors opened immediately. They exchanged glances. Nobody should have been able to get past the building's wards without Cordelia's approval. "Willow Adrian Frost, I know you're in there." The voice carried through the door with crisp pronunciation and unmistakable authority. "We need to talk." All the color drained from Willow's face. "Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Who is it?" "My mother." Willow whirled around his kitchen like a trapped bird, grabbing dirty dishes and shoving them into cabinets. "She found me." "How did she find me?" "I didn't tell her about the apartment. I specifically didn't mention the address." Another series of knocks, more insistent. "I can hear you moving around. Don't make me ask the building manager to let me in." "She'll have used her business connections," Willow muttered, frantically smoothing her hair. "Mother knows everyone in the Magical District Administration. Oh gods, she's seen Cordelia. She's probably already cataloged every building code violation, and Rowan, you need to hide." "Hide?" "She can't know about us. About any of this. She'll think I've been irresponsible with my magic again, that I needed someone else to fix my problems, and she'll want to take control of everything." "Willow." Rowan caught her hands, stilling their agitated flutter. "Breathe. You don't understand. My mother is. She's a force of nature. She rebuilt our family business from the ground up after my father died, and she has opinions about everything, especially my life choices. If she finds out about the binding, the inspection, any of it, then we'll handle it together." The words surprised him with their certainty. Willow blinked up at him, some of the panic fading from her green eyes. "Together?" Before he could answer, the knocking returned with barely contained impatience. "Willow, I've traveled 4 hours to see you. Please don't make this more difficult than necessary." Willow took a shaky breath, squared her shoulders, and went to open the door. The woman who swept into Rowan's apartment looked like an elegant, sharper-edged version of her daughter. Miranda Frost stood tall in an immaculate navy suit, her auburn hair styled in a perfect chignon, carrying expensive luggage and an air of absolute authority. She surveyed the space with the calculating gaze of someone accustomed to evaluating properties for their potential. "Well, it's certainly compact." Her tone managed to convey volumes about the apartment's shortcomings. "And you must be the neighbor I've heard nothing about." Willow's cheeks flamed. "Mother, this is Rowan Ravenshollow." "Rowan, my mother, Miranda Frost." Miranda extended a perfectly manicured hand, her grip firm and assessing. "Mr. Ravenshollow, I understand you've been helpful during my daughter's recent difficulties." "Your daughter is the most talented magical practitioner I've ever worked with," Rowan replied evenly. "Any assistance has been mutual." One perfectly shaped eyebrow rose. "How diplomatic. And what exactly is your area of expertise, Mr. Ravenshollow?" "Curse breaking. Primarily commercial applications, though I've done some residential work." "Curse breaking?" Miranda's tone warmed several degrees. "Thornwick Academy training?" "Yes, ma'am. Advanced certification in protective ward analysis and malevolent enchantment removal." "Impressive credentials." She set down her luggage with the air of someone settling in for a lengthy visit. "And you live in this building as well?" "The apartment next door." Miranda's sharp gaze flicked between them, clearly calculating the implications of Willow answering the door in his shirt at 9 in the morning. "I see. How neighborly." Willow fidgeted with one of her chaos crystals. "Mother, not that I'm not happy to see you, but what are you doing here? You said I needed to find my own way." "I've been worried." The admission seemed to cost Miranda something. "Your last few phone calls, you've sounded different. More settled. I wanted to see for myself that you were thriving." The word carried layers of maternal concern and professional assessment. Miranda had built her business on recognizing potential and value, and Rowan could see her struggling to categorize what she found here. "Willow has been working on some fascinating applications of intuitive magic theory," he said. "Perhaps she could show you." Willow shot him a startled look. "Rowan, I don't think." "You're always scattered with your magic, darling," Miranda interrupted, not unkindly but with the weariness of old disappointment. "I'm sure Mr. Ravenshollow means well, but we both know how your experiments tend to end." The casual dismissal hit Willow like a physical blow. Rowan watched her shoulders curve inward, saw the bright confidence Hartwell had praised yesterday dim to familiar self-doubt. "Actually," he said, his voice carrying the same authority he used to command attention in professional settings, "Mrs. Frost, Willow's magical style has achieved remarkable results. If you have a few minutes, I'd like to show you something that might change your perspective." Miranda's eyebrows rose at his presumption, but Willow straightened with surprise. "Rowan, you don't have to." "I'd like to." He moved to stand beside her, close enough that their shoulders brushed. "If you're willing to trust me with your magic, for a demonstration." The question held weight beyond the immediate request. Trust him with her magic. Trust him to understand its beauty. Trust him to show her mother what he'd learned to see. Willow looked up at him for a long moment, then nodded. "What exactly do you intend to demonstrate?" Miranda asked, settling into his reading chair with the air of someone prepared to be politely unimpressed. "The theoretical foundation behind successful magical partnerships," Rowan replied, pulling out one of his precision wands. "Willow, would you mind working with the light crystals? Something simple to start." She reached into her pocket, pulling out 3 tumbled stone crystals that looked more like pretty rocks than sophisticated magical instruments. Miranda's expression suggested she was thinking the same thing. "The traditional approach to magical partnership emphasizes matching styles," Rowan explained, his voice taking on the cadence of academic presentation. "Similar energy signatures, compatible spell structures, predictable resonance patterns. But recent theoretical work suggests that complementary opposites might actually achieve more sophisticated results. He raised his wand, focusing on the precise incantation for controlled light manifestation. Clean, white illumination appeared in the air before him, geometric and perfectly stable. "Beautiful work," Miranda murmured, recognizing quality when she saw it. "Now, watch what happens when we combine approaches." Rowan nodded to Willow, who held her crystals loosely and spoke no formal incantation at all. Golden light exploded from her hands in chaotic spirals, wild and warm but without clear form. On its own, it was undeniably powerful but difficult to control or direct. Then Rowan began weaving his structured light through her chaos. What emerged took Miranda's breath away. The ordered white light provided framework and guidance, while the golden chaos brought life and movement, creating sculptures of illumination that danced through the apartment like living art. Flowers bloomed and dissolved, birds took flight and dissolved into starbursts, abstract patterns flowed into recognizable forms and back to pure beauty. It was magic that neither practitioner could have achieved alone, and the sophistication of the underlying theoretical integration was staggering. "How?" Miranda whispered. "Your daughter's intuitive grasp of energy manipulation is extraordinary," Rowan said, maintaining the spell while speaking. "What appears chaotic actually follows complex patterns that bypass traditional structural limitations. When combined with precise guidance rather than restrictive control, it achieves effects that conventional magical theory considers impossible." The light sculptures gradually faded, leaving the apartment seeming ordinary and dim by comparison. Willow swayed slightly, and Rowan steadied her with a hand at her elbow. "That's incredible," Miranda said, her voice thick with something that might have been tears. "Willow, I had no idea you could, that your magic had developed." She stopped, visibly gathering herself. "I owe you an apology, darling." "Several apologies." "Mother." "No, let me say this." Miranda stood, moving to clasp her daughter's hands. "I've spent so many years worrying about your unconventional methods that I never stopped to appreciate their potential. What you just did, the theoretical complexity alone." She shook her head. "I've been measuring you against the wrong standards." Tears gathered in Willow's eyes. "You really think so?" "I think you've found your path, and I've been too stubborn to recognize it." Miranda's gaze shifted to Rowan with new respect. "And I think you've found an excellent partner, both magically and—" She gestured meaningfully between them. "Well, other ways." Heat climbed Rowan's neck. "Mrs. Frost, whatever's happening between you two, it's clearly good for both of you," Miranda continued with characteristic directness. "Willow looks happier than I've seen her in years, and Mr. Ravenshollow, your magical integration with my daughter suggests a level of personal compatibility that goes well beyond professional collaboration." Before either of them could formulate a response to this accurate but mortifying observation, another knock sounded at the door. "Rowan." "Willow." Felix's voice carried through the wood. "I hope I'm not interrupting, but I brought some fresh herbs from the garden, and I was wondering if you'd like to join me for dinner tonight. I'm testing a new recipe." Willow hurried to open the door, revealing Felix with his arms full of fragrant greenery and his usual warm smile. "Felix, I'd like you to meet my mother, Miranda Frost. Mother, this is Felix Ashford. He maintains the building's garden and takes care of all of us." Felix's expression brightened as he took in Miranda's elegant appearance and the emotional undertones of the room. "Mrs. Frost, what a pleasure. I hope your visit is going well." "Better than expected," Miranda replied, studying Felix with the same assessing look she'd given everything else. But something in his gentle manner seemed to put her at ease. "Your garden sounds lovely. I'd be very interested to see it. I'd be delighted to show you around. Actually—" Felix hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. "I've been working on something special up there. A memorial garden for my late husband, James. I thought it should just be mine, but I'm starting to think, well, maybe it could honor all kinds of love. All the connections that make life meaningful." The simple honesty in his voice filled the apartment with comfortable warmth. Miranda's expression softened in a way Rowan hadn't expected. "That sounds beautiful," she said quietly. "I'd very much like to see it. If you wouldn't mind the company. I'd treasure the company. And perhaps you could stay for dinner. I'm making James's favorite pasta dish, and cooking for guests always feels like celebration." Miranda glanced at Willow, who nodded eagerly. "I'd love that, Mr. Ashford. Thank you." As Felix bustled around explaining his herb selection and dinner plans, Rowan caught Willow's hand and squeezed gently. The morning's uncertainty hadn't disappeared, but watching her mother's face as she truly saw Willow's magical gifts for the first time felt like witnessing something sacred. "Should we start moving your things back to 3B?" he asked quietly. Willow studied his face, searching for something he wasn't sure he knew how to show her. "Do you want me to move back?" The simple question held their entire future in its balance. Yesterday's passionate declarations had been real, but they'd also been desperate responses to external threat. This was choice without crisis, love without requirement. "I want whatever makes you happy," he said. "Rowan." Frustration flickered across her features. "That's not an answer. I can't decide for both of us." Before he could respond, Miranda's voice cut through their whispered conversation. "You know, if you two are going to keep having intense personal discussions in corners, you might consider just talking honestly with each other." Both of them turned to stare at her. Miranda smiled, with the satisfied expression of someone who'd successfully identified a problem. "Darling, you've never been good at hiding your feelings, and Mr. Ravenshollow, your emotional investment is written all over your face. Whatever you're worried about, it's probably not as complicated as you're making it." Felix nodded sagely from the kitchen. "Wise words. In my experience, the heart knows what it wants long before the mind stops arguing with it." Willow's laugh carried only a hint of hysteria. "So everyone can see what we're feeling, except us." "Oh, you can see it," Miranda said dryly. "You're just afraid to act on it without an emergency forcing your hand. Perfectly normal, if inefficient." Rowan found himself caught between amusement and mortification at being psychoanalyzed by his almost girlfriend's mother and elderly neighbor. But they weren't wrong. Fear was a poor foundation for decision-making. "In that case," he said, turning to face Willow directly, "I don't want you to move back to 3B. I want you to stay here because you want to stay, not because magical law requires it. I want to wake up next to you because we choose each other, not because circumstances force us together." Willow's smile bloomed like sunrise. "You want me to stay. I want you to stay. Even without emergency deadlines and external pressure. Especially without emergency deadlines and external pressure." She reached up to frame his face with her hands, standing on her toes to kiss him softly. "Good. Because I want to stay too." From the kitchen, Felix applauded. "Excellent. Now that's settled, perhaps we can focus on dinner preparations." Miranda shook her head with maternal exasperation and fond amusement. "Well, that was unnecessarily dramatic. But effective, I suppose." As the afternoon shifted toward evening, Rowan watched Willow explaining magical theory to her mother, while Felix coordinated dinner preparations with the efficiency of someone who genuinely enjoyed taking care of people. Bubble had been relocated to the bathroom and was offering commentary on proper pasta cooking techniques, which Felix accepted with gracious humor. The chaos crystals sat on his coffee table next to his precision wands, no longer symbols of incompatible approaches, but complementary tools in a shared practice. Tomorrow, they would figure out logistics, whose furniture to keep, how to rearrange the space, whether Willow's sentient kitchen equipment could coexist peacefully with his orderly appliances. Tonight, they would have dinner with Felix and Miranda, probably hear embarrassing childhood stories, and navigate the surreal experience of their fake relationship becoming uncomfortable reality under parental observation. But for the first time since the binding accident, the future felt like possibility rather than crisis. They were choosing each other not because magic left them no alternative, but because love, complicated, uncertain, thoroughly unplanned love, was the most powerful magic of all.
Chapter 15. The luminous gallery buzzed with enchantment as visitors wandered between Sage's extraordinary pieces, their gasps of delight mixing with the soft chimes that emanated from sculptures responding to admiring touches. Willow stood before a painting that shifted from stormy grays to brilliant sunset oranges as she watched, feeling her heart swell with pride for her best friend's achievement. "They're bridging two entire worlds," she murmured, reaching out to trace the canvas's edge. The paint responded to her proximity, adding delicate gold threads that wove through the existing colors. "Rather like someone else I know." Rowan appeared beside her, offering a glass of wine that sparkled with tiny floating stars. "Sage's work reminds me of what we've discovered together, that the most beautiful magic happens when seemingly incompatible elements find harmony." Warmth spread through Willow's chest as she accepted the glass, their fingers brushing in a way that sent gentle ripples through their barely visible golden cord. 3 days had passed since her mother's visit, 3 days of cautious exploration of what they meant to each other without magical law forcing their proximity. The uncertainty both thrilled and terrified her. "Miss Frost?" An elderly woman with silver hair and worry lines around her kind eyes approached hesitantly. "I'm Mrs. Liu. I own Twilight Tea on Maple Street. I heard you might be available for magical interior consultation?" Willow's wineglass nearly slipped from her suddenly nerveless fingers. "Oh, that is." The familiar anxiety clawed at her throat. "You've probably heard about my previous work. The incidents." Mrs. Liu's expression grew sympathetic. "I did hear there were some challenges with control. But Mrs. Hartwell mentioned you'd found new approaches to managing your magic?" "Inspector Hartwell recommended me?" Willow blinked in amazement. "She said your inspection results were the most harmonious she'd seen in years." Mrs. Liu glanced between them curiously. "Something about complementary magical resonance?" Rowan stepped forward smoothly, his hand finding the small of Willow's back in gentle support. "Willow's intuitive magic provides extraordinary creative vision, while my precision work ensures structural stability and safety. We've developed a partnership approach that allows for innovation within controlled parameters." The diplomatic explanation shouldn't have made her pulse quicken, but hearing him describe their collaboration with such professional respect made something glow warm beneath her ribs. He wasn't minimizing her abilities or taking credit, he was presenting them as equals with different strengths. Mrs. Liu's face brightened considerably. "That sounds exactly like what I need. You see, I want my tea room to feel magical. Atmosphere that shifts subtly with the seasons, lighting that responds to customers' moods, perhaps enchanted plants that release different calming scents throughout the day. But I also need it to be safe and welcoming, never overwhelming for non-magical visitors." Willow's breath caught. The project Mrs. Liu described was exactly the kind of sophisticated, nuanced work she dreamed of doing before disaster struck at her mother's firm. Magic that enhanced daily life rather than disrupting it, beauty that served a purpose rather than merely showing off. "I'd love to discuss possibilities with you," she managed, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. "Would you be available next week for a consultation?" "Wonderful." Mrs. Liu beamed, fishing a business card from her purse. "I look forward to seeing what you two can create together." As the older woman moved on to admire Sage's musical sculptures, Willow stared down at the card in her trembling hand. Her name, her magic, being requested for exactly the kind of project she'd never dared hope to handle again. "Congratulations," Rowan murmured, his thumb tracing soothing circles against her spine. "You've just reclaimed your career." "Have I?" She looked up at him, searching his face. "Or have we?" She wants a partnership approach, not just my magic. Something flickered in his steel-gray eyes, uncertainty mixed with hope. "Is that what you want? A true professional partnership?" Before she could answer, Sage appeared beside them, practically vibrating with excitement. "Did I just see Mrs. Liu commissioning you? Willow, she owns the most beautiful tea shop in the Arts District. This could be huge for you." "For us," Rowan corrected quietly, but Sage was already pulling Willow into an enthusiastic hug. "I'm so proud of you both," they whispered fiercely. "Look how far you've come from that first morning when you were ready to murder each other in the hallway." Willow laughed, remembering her fury at discovering Rowan picking the lock on her door. Had it really been less than 2 weeks since then? The man beside her now felt like someone she'd known forever, someone whose steady presence had become as essential as breathing. They stayed for another hour, watching visitors discover the magic in Sage's unconventional art, before walking home through the lamplit streets of Eldwyn Grove. The October air carried hints of wood smoke and dying leaves, and Willow found herself memorizing the moment. Rowan's warm hand in hers, the comfortable silence between them, the golden chord of their bond pulsing gently with contentment. Back in her tiny apartment, Bubble the bathtub was practically effervescent with excitement. "Ooh, I can feel all that romantic energy. Did something wonderful happen? Please tell me someone finally said the L word." "We got a commission," Willow announced, hanging her jacket on its hook beside Rowan's precisely folded coat. The sight of their belongings intermingled still made her heart do small flips. "A business commission?" Bubble's voice rose in disappointment. "That's lovely, dear, but I was hoping for something more emotionally significant." Rowan's lips twitched in what might have been a smile as he loosened his tie. "I think business success qualifies as emotionally significant for Willow." "Of course it does, but surely there are other feelings that deserve attention?" The bathtub's tone turned pointedly meaningful. "Feelings that might benefit from some honest conversation in a nice warm bath? I could add extra bubbles." Heat crept up Willow's neck as she busied herself lighting the hurricane lamps that cast dancing shadows across the exposed brick walls. 3 days of careful politeness, of Rowan sleeping on her tiny couch, and both of them pretending not to notice the tension crackling between them every time they accidentally touched. "Bubble has a point," she said softly, not quite meeting his eyes. "We should probably talk about what happens now." Rowan's reflection wavered in the dark window as he moved closer. "What do you want to happen now?" The simple question held layers of complexity. What did she want? The safe, careful exploration they'd been maintaining? Or the leap of faith that terrified and exhilarated her in equal measure? "I want to accept Mrs. Liu's project," she said finally. "Not just as Willow Frost with magical assistance, but as true partners. Frost and Ravenshollow Interior Enchantments." "That's a terrible business name." But his voice was warm with something that might have been joy. "Far too many syllables." "Ravenshollow and Frost has better flow," she agreed, settling onto the velvet couch beside him. Close enough to feel his warmth, careful not to presume too much contact. "Is that really what we're discussing?" He turned toward her, his wire-rimmed glasses catching the lamplight. "Business names?" "I'm nervous," she admitted. "About the project, yes, but also about this. Us. What we are when we're not legally obligated to be together." Rowan reached for her hands, studying their intertwined fingers as if memorizing the pattern. The golden cord that connected them flared brighter at the contact, though it had grown so faint over the past few days that they could ignore it if they chose. "I was terrified the morning after our inspection," he said quietly. "Terrified you'd realize you were free and want nothing more to do with the rigid curse breaker who'd invaded your life." "Were you?" She couldn't hide her surprise. "You seem so calm. Perfectly controlled, as always." "I made coffee with shaking hands and nearly burned your kitchen down trying to operate that temperamental stove." His mouth quirked ruefully. Control is often just fear wearing a more acceptable face. The admission hung between them, vulnerable and honest in a way that made her chest ache with tenderness. She thought of all the times she'd interpreted his precision as judgment, his careful distance as rejection. "I wanted to ask you to stay," she whispered. "Every morning I wanted to ask, but I was afraid you'd say yes out of obligation rather than choice. And I wanted to stay, but I was afraid you'd say yes out of guilt rather than genuine feeling." They stared at each other in the golden lamplight, the absurdity of their mutual misunderstanding settling between them like a bridge finally completed. "We're quite a pair, aren't we?" Willow laughed shakily. "Both terrified of the same thing." "Terrified of wanting something that might not be real," Rowan agreed. His thumb traced patterns across her knuckles, sending little sparks of magic dancing between their skin. "But this feels real. What we've built together feels real. More than real." She leaned closer, drawn by the warmth in his gray eyes. "It feels like choice. Like the best kind of magic, the kind that happens when you stop forcing outcomes and start trusting the process." Very philosophical for someone who once told me my organized spice rack was soullessly regimented. "Your spice rack is still soullessly regimented," she informed him solemnly. "But I've grown rather fond of soulless regimentation. In small doses. Administered by the right person. And I've grown fond of beautiful chaos," he murmured, his free hand rising to cup her cheek. "Administered by the perfect person." The kiss built slowly, tentatively, as if they were discovering each other all over again. But when Willow sighed against his mouth, something shifted, the careful politeness of the past 3 days dissolving into something warmer and more urgent. "I love you," she breathed against his lips, the words escaping before she could second-guess them. "Not because we're magically bound or legally required, but because you make me want to be brave enough to trust my own magic. Because you see beauty in my flaws instead of problems to be fixed. I love you too." His forehead pressed against hers, their breath mingling in the small space between them. "I love how you've taught me that control isn't about perfection, it's about knowing when to hold on and when to let go. I love that you've made me want to risk vulnerability instead of hiding behind precision." Their combined magical aura flared golden around them, warm and steady and completely unlike the wild fluctuations of their early bond. This felt chosen, deliberate, not an accident that trapped them, but a connection they were actively creating and maintaining. "Stay," Willow whispered, her hands fisting in his shirt. "Not on the couch, not out of magical necessity, but because you want to. Because this is where you want to be." "This is exactly where I want to be," Rowan said firmly, his arms tightening around her. "For tonight, for the tea shop project, for whatever comes next. If you'll have me." Instead of answering with words, she stood and held out her hand, heart hammering as she led him toward the bedroom alcove. Behind them, Bubble made soft, pleased, bubbling sounds that might have been applause. The Murphy bed had actually cooperated today, remaining properly horizontal instead of attempting to fold them into the wall. Willow's chaos crystals glowed softly from their place on the nightstand, while Rowan's precision wands hummed in harmony from where they rested on her dresser, their magic recognizing and responding to the shift in emotional energy. "Are you certain?" Rowan asked, his hands framing her face with infinite gentleness. "Not because of our bond, not because of tonight's success, but because you want this. Want us." "I've never been more certain of anything," she assured him, reaching up to remove his glasses and set them carefully aside. "Have you?" "Never." The word was barely a breath before his mouth found hers again. This time when they kissed, there was no hesitation, no careful preservation of boundaries. Willow's hands mapped the familiar territory of his shoulders, his chest, marveling at how different it felt when driven by choice rather than magical compulsion. Every touch was a decision, every caress a conscious claiming. Rowan's usual precision manifested in the careful way he learned her responses, the deliberate attention he paid to each soft sound she made. But there was something wilder underneath his control now, a willingness to lose himself in sensation that spoke of absolute trust. When he lifted her onto the bed, their magical bond flared brilliant gold around them, no longer the silver rope that had once felt like constraint. This light was warm, welcoming, reflecting not just physical desire but complete emotional intimacy. The magic they created together, controlled chaos, beautiful precision, wrapped around them like a blessing. "Beautiful," Rowan murmured against her throat, his hands reverent as they mapped skin he'd seen but never truly touched. "You're so beautiful." Willow arched into his touch, her own magic sparking gold wherever their skin met. "So are you," she whispered back. Perfect and flawed, and exactly what I never knew I needed. They moved together with the same harmony they'd discovered in their magical partnership, sometimes leading, sometimes following, always in sync. When Rowan's careful control finally shattered, when Willow's chaos magic painted the air around them in brilliant streams of light, they found themselves somewhere entirely new. Not his rigid world or her scattered one, but a shared space where both precision and wildness could exist in perfect balance. Afterward, they lay entwined in the golden afterglow of their combined auras, hearts gradually slowing, magic settling into contentment around them. The binding cord that connected them pulsed gently between their ribs, no longer visible, but somehow more present than ever. "The tea shop is going to be extraordinary," Willow murmured eventually, her cheek pressed against Rowan's chest. "We'll enchant the lighting to shift like natural sunlight throughout the day, and the tables to warm themselves when customers need comfort." His fingers combed lazily through her auburn curls. "Temperature regulation charms for the teapots so nothing ever goes cold, and perhaps subtle mood-sensing modifications for the music system. Plants that release different aromatherapy scents based on what people order." She pressed a kiss to his collarbone, tasting salt and satisfaction. "Your precision, keeping my ideas from accidentally launching the building into orbit. Your creativity ensuring my precision doesn't create something technically perfect, but utterly soulless," he countered, his arms tightening around her. "We're going to be magnificent together." Through the window, the lights of Eldwyn Grove twinkled like earthbound stars, and somewhere in the building, Felix was probably tending his rooftop garden while Sage cleaned up after their successful exhibition. Cordelia would be making her evening rounds, ensuring all residents were safe and settled, and even Inspector Hartwell was likely reviewing reports that showed their little community was exactly as strong as it appeared. "I love our life," Willow whispered into the peaceful darkness. "Our strange, magical, perfectly imperfect life." "So do I," Rowan replied, and in the gentle pulse of their choosing created bond, she felt the absolute truth of it. They had found something neither had been looking for, not just love but understanding. Not just partnership but home. Tomorrow they would begin planning Mrs. Liu's tea shop, would start building the business that bridged their different approaches to magic. Tomorrow Sage would likely demand celebratory brunch and embarrassing details, while Felix offered gardening metaphors about relationships requiring patience to bloom. But tonight, wrapped in golden light and each other's arms, they had everything they needed. Choice. Trust. Love that had grown from accidental constraint into deliberate joy. The chaos and the precision, finding perfect harmony at last.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.